Thank you.
All right, sorry, please continue, VP Baptiste.
Thank you. So continuing on with my rest of my minutes. So one of the speakers spoke on different terms for different start dates for executives. And this kind of caught me off guard because I never considered that as an option, but that just gave me ideas of how we could further change, not so much change, but offer suggestions to how CUSA operates and governs itself for the next executive term. But of course, this would be a group discussion and it wouldn't just be my final, hey, let's do this and stamp on that. I also had the chance to connect and collaborate with other VP Finances. So for example, VP Finances with McMaster, UBC, who else? Western, Alberta. They're fantastic people to talk with and connect with and talk about any challenges they faced and what they're working on and initiatives that they brought on to their student union. So that was a fantastic opportunity there. And I'm definitely hitting them up later this week, given that we're on reading week, to be like, hey, we talked about this last week. Could you please elaborate? Or, hey, we're working on this in kind of an initiative in terms of like COVID response. Could you please like see how you're doing and how what's going on your end? And, or just, hey, how's it going? Hope the plane ride back was fun. And then finally, I attended some workshops on making more spaces for students to just exist and just vibe on campus, because not every space on campus deserves a purpose. And I feel like that's something that the university is really gunning towards. So it's like every place needs to either generate a purpose or generate money or be there for academic purposes. But one thing I'm noticing is the lack of third spaces. So spaces for people to give that space their own purpose. So for example, I remember a bunch of times in the library, I wouldn't use the library to study, I would use it to sleep, or I would use it to talk with the rest of my friends and just collaborate on assignments and then end up talking about, oh, what about this job? Let's network. Or I would use it for virtual networking sessions, stuff like that. It doesn't always have to be something that's purely academic. And I feel like with the lack of those spaces on campus, students feel kind of like campus is not as friendly as it used to be in past years. And it's tough for that for students. Yeah, they're kind of on the fifth floor, top notch. I haven't been there in a while just because I'm stuck in either my office on campus or at home. But an example there, I really miss those opportunities just to relax and de-stress and not just be a student, but just be a person on campus. So yeah, those are just a few things I learned this past week, and there's definitely more. I had them all in my bag that I look over in my notebook, but you'll see that more as we get through the committees and as time goes on. So continuing on with us my minutes. So Havens has been going through some renovations for a while, and we're aiming for a soft launch for December for its new look, which is going to be a community hub. So giving students and local neighbors the chance to use it for professional and social purposes while still maintaining the bookstore component to offer affordable student textbooks for students. So as for ongoing projects, so I'm working with VPSI Valentina on planning financial literacy campaigns. So we have a really cool lineup of speakers and events happening from November 15th until the 29th. Continuing to meet up with the club's oversight committee. So that's going to be on a regular basis. Meeting with the Ancillary Fee Reform Committee. I apologize for not setting up the meeting time for this month, guys. I dropped the ball on that and I apologize for that. The email should be coming out later this week on times that we will meet up though. So please keep an eye on your emails for that and then we will get started. And I've also been meeting up with other groups for the Ancillary Fee Reform Committee because they just got back to me a couple weeks ago. So I had the chance to meet up with the SOC and Buskin Theater group, as well as OPIRG on Friday later on this week. So I'm also presenting budget updates to the executive budgets. So that's a little bit like a ongoing process because the finance department would throw me expenses and I'm like, okay, perfect. And then expenses have not been approved yet or still on the check requisition form would not be included in that update. So it's pretty tough, but I'm trying to get a better idea of how I could present it to you guys and the rest of the executives. It's obviously easier for the executives because I just pull them to my office and be like, hey, this is how much you have left in your budget. But obviously I wanted to do it in a more transparent look so you guys understand where the money's going. So please keep your eyes out on that for next council meeting. Getting the Academic Resilience Fund Committee up and running. So one of the motions I know on tonight is to elect and put in a new counselor into position because one did decide to lead the committee. So I would love to have somebody fill the committee as soon as possible because students are asking and they are in a difficult situation financially. So I really want to make sure this committee is up and running so that we can support our fellow peers. And then working on SEO's, so with CUSA's contribution to SOAR 2022, we were able to secure free tickets for student club leaders, for students, students involved in the Leadership Academy, and students volunteering or working in the service centers. So super excited to see those free tickets go out to help further develop student leaders here at Carleton. And then working on the budget update and a midterm financial report to work on. So that's in the works of that as well. And then of course, hoping to pass the budget today. Finally, for the month ahead, we have Financial Literacy Month. So like I said before, November 15th to 29th, and then working with VPSL Daisy on preparing for winter orientation. She has loads to update on you on that through her report. So if you have any questions, please reach out to me by email at bpf@CUSA.online or just DM me on Instagram, but I would prefer an email because I can keep better track with that. Have a great reading week. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, VP Baptiste. Next is our Vice President Internal, VP Hashmi, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Happy reading week, first of all, and I hope you all having amazing week and enjoy your week with your family and friends. Well, past month, I have been attending oversight committee, and we have one meeting a week now since September. Before that, we had twice a meeting a week, and now we have once a meeting. We funded about 80 clubs, and the process is still going for more clubs. If you guys know any clubs, president or VP Finance, that they haven't received any funding, please reach out to them and tell them to apply because the process is underway. The governance document, updating our bylaws as usual, as I said this a long time, and I keep saying this, improving transparency and accountability on our bylaws. I have prepared a proposal for the restructuring the association. I also had one-on-one meeting. I want to say thank you to all the councillors who took their time and came and meet with me and had to listen what I had to say. But I appreciate your time. And so yeah, I had one-on-one meeting with almost all of the councillors. The Mechanicc Reform Committee, been attending all the meetings. We have our last guests, our last witnesses this week, and those witnesses are coming from UK. Going to talk about how we're going to restructure the organization, most specifically how to recruit the staff members that we need for the association, how to recruit those important staff. What else we did? We hired the Unified Support Center administrator. We also hired the HR director, and then I have attended the SETS conference, met with the different executive student leaders, and discuss how their governance work. And it was a great opportunity, networking opportunity for me. And I met about a lot of people. I'm a kind of social person. I met a lot of people and got to know a lot of their structure, how they works. And it was really amazing. And hopefully we can apply those good changes to here in CUSA too. Ongoing project, as usual, having meeting with SEO, Jeremy, and restructuring our day-to-day operation of the association. Working with our lawyers to revamp the bylaws, having a meeting with our lawyers every week, Friday. Every week, once a week, we have a meeting with our lawyer. If any emergency comes, we always have a meeting 24/7. So there's an email we can talk to. Months ahead, after you scroll down, please. And not much again here, focusing on writing our new bylaws. That's the most important thing for me and on my plate. And something that I really wanted to, the changes that I wanted to bring, and that's the biggest priority for me. And then also at the same time presenting our new governance structure to student leaders and the Carleton admin on November 3rd. We have a student leader lunch, and I'll be presenting our new structure there. And that's it for me. I don't have much of updates here. Those are my remarks. And if you have any question, any concerns, please reach out to me through my email, through my DMs. I'll be happy to talk to you and answer your questions and concerns. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Veep. Man, what else going on here? Sorry, my apologies. Thank you, VP Hashmi. Next, I believe should be the Vice President Student Issues Report. But God, Google Docs. Yep, student issues. Oh, that's a good guess. So yes, please, VP Vera Gonzalez, you have the floor.
All right, so as she,
Hello, everyone. Can you see me?
you can turn off your camera, Val, please. I know she doesn't have a good connection, so you can, Val, if you want to speak, you can just open your mic and turn off your camera, and you can have a report, or else Devin can read your report if you want.
Hi, can you hear me?
Vale, muchas gracias.
Hello?
Good.
Yes, VP Vera Gonzalez, we can hear you right now.
Could you?
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Devin.
Yeah.
Can you read her report, please? And
No problem.
thank you.
The Vice President Student Issues Report. Last month, it looks like VP Vera Gonzalez has attended the GSA Council meeting, as well as the opening ceremony for the Pride Festival, and worked with CUSA. I'm not sure what that acronym stands for. To hold a Q&A with Dan Levy.
Hi,
from-
I'm back.
Oh, all
Can
right.
you hear me, Devin?
Yes, that's right. Please take it away.
Hi, I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm in Mexico, so the connection is just not helping me, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, Val.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna just turn off my camera because I think it's just not working. Wi-Fi. So basically, the past month, I went to the Graduate Student Association's council meeting. We attended the opening ceremony of a Pride Festival that was planned with the SU and the university. I worked with COCA, which is basically the college and university's activity board. And we held the Q&A with Dan Levy, which was a pretty successful event for Pride Fest. I started alongside Advocacy and Research Coordinator, VP CE, Callie, and Daisy. So we're just going to go over all the policies that we've had and haven't been revised since like 1995 to make sure we're up to date. I also met with the SSO to talk about creating a guide for national collaborative trust that happening next year. I also and organizations just to keep planning campaigns and collaborations. I was part of the interviews for the new management position of Director of Student Development. And I also social sample as the Vice President Students Enrollment. So we're basically talking about some basic and specific things that students are concerned about. And we successfully launched the Pop the Stigma campaign. So basically we had different activities like a closed check-in for international racialized students. We held a coffee art break to help students de-stress, and we also had the hypnotist that I worked with Callie on that amazing event. I met with Ravens House Cop to discuss collaborations and specifically for financial literacy. I also attended the international, the Student Mental Health Engagements Committee launch. So basically it's just a meeting that we do with students and different people to make sure that we talk to the university about what we want to improve regarding mental health. And spouses that have I met and held them counseling services to do a pre-consultation and make sure that they are reaching out to the appropriate people. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Devin, you want to continue there?
Yeah, great timing there. As soon as I said we could hear, then it cuts out. VP of Gonzalez's ongoing projects, campaigns, planning and scheduling, meeting with the events and programs coordinator, as has been aforementioned, has planned schedule, I suppose, for the next year, and is meeting for possible partnerships and guest speakers, I guess, also to happen throughout the year. She's been attending monthly International Students Advocacy Committee meetings, as well with the SEO, ISSO, and the RNA coordinator working on policy revision. I'm not sure who the RNA coordinator is, but yes. Also meeting with an individual called Dwayne, also from Student Experience Office, and monthly meetings with Raw as well. And the development of the post-secondary mental health action plan, as the Vice President has mentioned in prior meetings, is also continuing. For the month ahead, VP Gonzalez plans to meet with all the student union executives interested to take part in the post-secondary mental health action plan with the contacts that have been developed at SUDS in BC. She'll continue to review CUSA's policies with the research and advocacy coordinator and the Vice President of Community Engagement, whose report I believe is next. We'll attend meetings for Frost Week in January, and working on other campaigns, the Hold Financial Literacy campaign and substance awareness, as well as study snacks around, exam season. Any questions can be directed to the VP at vpsi@cusaonline.ca or on Instagram at the handle given here. And that is the end of their report. Actually, no, it's the Vice President's Student Life Report, which is the next item up. VP Daisy Casper, you now have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Happy reading week. Woo, we made it. Okay, so let me get started. So in the past month, I've been working alongside Hannah, the events and programming coordinator, to execute October programming. So we had our Dan Levy event, and of course, I had to continue planning for major events and programming run by my portfolio. So continuing the CUSA Leadership Academy, which is ongoing throughout the year, and planning for the Leadership Summit on March 5th. Hopefully, we're pushing for this to be in person, but as you know, the university is really pushing back on a lot of in-person events. And then, of course, Panda took place on October 2nd, so we created some fan packages for students to purchase. And we've been working on Winter Orientation Week, which will be happening January 10th to the 14th. And we held our first meeting with various campus stakeholders to essentially set the objectives of the week. And now various campus stakeholders such as RAW, SEO, ISSO will be hosting various programming for that week. So we're just in the planning phases of those events and programming at the moment. And then the CUSA Gala. So unfortunate news, this event it's not canceled, but has been denied by the university to host, even though it's going to be off campus. As you know, the university is really pushing back on having these in-person events. So we're really trying to ensure that this can happen, not only so that, there's fun involved, so that we can have an actual proper gala that happens every single year for not only people a part of CUSA, but Ravens at large can come out and really experience what it means to be a Raven and just have some nice food and beverage and be able to enjoy the successes that they've made throughout the year. Aside from that, I've been developing the CUSA Leadership Academy. So for those of you who have been coming up to Leadership Academy workshops, that's perfect. But as counselors, I really expect all of you guys as student leaders to enroll in the CUSA Leadership Academy and at least attend a few Leadership Academy workshops and recommend these workshops to your friends as well. So if you guys go to Instagram at CUSA Leadership Academy, you can see a link tree in the bio to enroll in the course. And I'm really encouraging you all to do that right now if you haven't already done so. But shout out to some of the counselors here who have been attending some of the events. Really appreciate it. But furthermore, for the CUSA Leadership Academy, we've been finalizing the workshop facilitators for the fall semester. And we're still continuing the search for facilitators for January and February. Those topics would be around environmental leadership and anti-racism and leadership. So if you guys know any Carleton students or any leaders, Carleton alumni who you think would be fit to run a workshop of this nature, please send them my way, send their contact information my way. I'd greatly appreciate it. Also further developing the online course, Brightspace, And we've been working with the communications team at CUSA here to create posters that will be going up in the UC and residents, and t-shirts for our student leaders of the month to be able to be rewarded for all the great things they're doing on campus. And of course, we held the second monthly workshop for the leadership theme, mental health and wellness. So aside from the Leadership Academy, I've met with Ollie's manager, Miguel, to plan for cultural events with clubs and societies in the winter term. So really seeing how we can drive more people into Ollie's, since, you know, students aren't all back on campus yet. So it's really been a challenge to try and get as many people into Ollie's as we can. So make sure to support your businesses, guys, once you're back on campus next week. And then of course, we'll be making like a TikTok to promote Ollie's. And I've continued bi-weekly meetings with Ravens Athletics, really brainstorming ways to engage students in varsity athletics. We continued selling a CU birthday passes out of the CUSA office, which are still available on sale for $22. And then of course, we sold Panda fan packages for students to purchase at the CUSA office as well. And then it's not on here, but we're also planning to do a Woman in Highlights panel event next semester, partnering with athletics and Algonquin and some other partners within the Ottawa area. And then I worked alongside the CUSA staff and Callie, the Vice President Community Engagement, to continue making content for the CUSA online TikTok. If you're not following it, go ahead and give us a follow. And then of course, I attended the SUDS conference in BC, which was a very, very worthwhile conference that the executives and I traveled to last weekend. And I was able to talk to a lot of other vice president student lives about how their events and programming are being run in their universities. And let's just say that Carleton is far, far behind from what everyone else is doing. So gaining this new knowledge and sorting other universities setting precedent of how things are working successfully in COVID. I'm really trying to push for a lot of events next year to be in person. If other universities are doing it, why can't we, as long as we're following public health guidelines, enforcing social distancing and the mask policy. So ongoing projects, of course, we'll be continuing to build and execute the CUSA Leadership Academy and workshops, planning additional programs and events for the 2022 academic year, and having bi-weekly meetings with campus stakeholders to continue fall programming for winter orientation, and those weekly meetings will begin in November. And then the month ahead, we'll be confirming details for CUSA Gala in March, so fingers crossed, hopefully this can happen. And then also planning winter programming with different clubs and societies to happen at Ollie. So if you guys have any questions, please reach me at vpsl@cusaonline.ca or shoot me a DM on Instagram and I'd be happy to chat. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a great reading week.
All right. Thank you, VP Casper. There is no VPC report today. We'll move on to item 5.0, which is the report from RAW. The representative from RAW, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Davin. Hi, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I'll keep this very short because I have a feeling it's going to be a long meeting. But I'll just let you guys know what's happening with RAW. So we had our first meeting on October 6th, which was very exciting. Finally got to meet all of our counselors, and I'm excited to see where the year takes us. At the meeting, we struck our equity committee. So we've seen a lot of councils do this, and we decided to follow suit because of its importance. We've also begun consultations regarding the availability of feminine hygiene products with housing. So I'm doing that myself. Met with the Director of Housing, Laura Story, and I'm meeting with the residence manager to see how we can get products available in residence commons, and then hopefully down the road available across residents. We've also hired 3 new cashiers at Abstentions, bringing us to 12 cashiers. So if you need anything, Abstentions is open from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. for all your needs. And then lastly, we are currently working on the budget presentation for our next council meeting, which will hopefully be passed. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us through our emails or through the RAW Instagram. But yeah, that's everything.
Thank you, Vice President Gillis. Do we have a representative from the Graduate Students Association? And I'm assuming we don't. Item 7.0, CASTRI report. Do we have a representative from Carleton Academic Student Government?
Hi, Devin. I can do the report.
Hi, Jen. All right.
Hi. So yeah, thank you. So just like Ro, we also had our first meeting at the beginning of the month. So thank you for everyone who was there. We officially filled our council. I think we have just over 70 members now. So very happy to start that. We also struck all of our committees, which are now being filled over the next couple days, and we'll have all the official committees next week. If you are a counselor interested in committees and haven't had a chance to sign up, please email our VP internal for that. And other than that, we also passed some great reforms. If you did miss any of our meetings, you can check out the Charlatan, and they have a nice little update for you on what was happening. Other than that, we'll see you next month at our meeting. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, President Remery. A report from the Senate. Is there any? All right, seeing none, a report from the Board of Governors. Is there a representative from the Board of Governors who would like to report on the actions of that body? All right, seeing none, constituent report. Are there any councillors who'd like to report on relevant events from their constituency, faculty, rather? Seeing none, item 11. Committee reports. Do any members of the association, would they like to report on the doings and transpirings of CUSA's very fine committees? Seeing none, items for information. Item 12. Do any councillors, members of the association wish to present an item for information for council? All right, if there are none. Item 13, question period. Would any member of the association like to ask a question of any of the others? Yes, Councillor Sims.
Hi, everyone. Just a question about SUD. I'm wondering if we're going to see a report from the executives, just kind of on their I'm hoping to see kind of two sorts of reports. A report from the executives of what they've gleaned from the conference. And I'm also wondering if we're going to get an expenses report from the conference as well.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Is there anyone who would like to field that question? VP Baptiste.
Hi, Councillor Sims. Thank you so much for that question. I feel like in terms of like what we've gleaned from the conference, we have to meet up later this week, given that Callie is currently on vacation until November 2nd. But I feel like since she'll be more than happy to spend some time to put her thoughts and what she's learned from this week into the document that we already have through the Google Doc, and release that within the next couple of weeks. And then as for expense support, I'll be more than happy to send that along to councillors, do an email, do like a really quick brief. But I'll be more than happy to share those results with you. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Vice President Gonzalez. Are there any other questions?
I think it was Vice President Baptiste, but it's all right.
Oh shoot! Did I say the wrong? Sorry, my apologies. All right. Right. Are there any other questions? All right. If there are none, we can move on to item 14, other business. The first item in other business, section A. Oh, sorry. We have a question in the chat. Two of them. The first is from Councillor Dance. What is the status on the by-election? Is there any member of council who would like to address that concern?
I'm sorry, what's the question? My bad.
Councillor Dance is asking for the status on the by-election, assumably for president.
Yeah, sure. I can talk about that. So as of I think today was the last day of the application. That the application for the CEO and DO was closed today, and the process is going on. As you guys know, we recused ourselves from the hiring process, but I believe that the applications are closed now, and I don't know who applied or how many people are there to apply. But I believe there'll be interview, and those people will be verified by council. And yeah, the process is right there.
Thank you, Vice President Hashmi. Question from Councillor Draper. Any reason why the meeting is not being live streamed?
It's so it's recording, Noura. I'm sorry, but live stream, I don't know, some technical problems. I was trying to think go live, but it's not working. But I will upload this live. What is it called? This recording on our Facebook after the meeting.
Councillor Dance for the question, will this happen at the next meeting? That's a long time to wait. VP Ashmi.
I think Satcon has raised a good point here. We can have an emergency meeting as soon as we do our, what is it called, the interview process, and once we get that candidates for CU and DO, yeah, we can have an emergency meeting for sure.
All right. Are those all the questions from councillors or members of the association at this time? All right, then we can truly move on to other business. And the first item in other business is motion A, which is the motion to approve the 2021-2022 CUSA budget. The motion text is will be read here. Whereas the 2021-2022 CUSA operating budget was presented to CUSA Council on September 15, 2021, and whereas consideration of this motion was postponed on September 27th until the next regularly scheduled meeting of CUSA Council following a public consultation process, and whereas the CUSA executive made themselves available to CUSA Council to field questions or concerns from CUSA councillors present at the presentation meeting, be it resolved, the CUSA Council approves and adopts the CUSA operating budget as presented on September 15th for the 2021-2022 year, moved by VP Baptiste and seconded by VP Hashmi. Discussion and debate on this motion. Or is there any? Yes, Councillor Sims.
Sure, I'll just say thanks. I appreciated that we postponed the voting on the budget until the approval of the budget until this meeting. I know it gave myself and a number of the other FPA councillors a lot more time to look over the budget in a lot more detail. I know several of my peers asked the VPF numerous questions. Any of my questions were the same as theirs, so my questions got answered in that way. I am seeing that some of my peers in the FPA are wondering whether there were some promised edits in the budget and whether those edits got put into the budget we're approving today. Other than that, yeah, happy to have been able to postpone the approval, and if everything looks good, I'll absolutely be voting in support of approving it.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Vice President of Finance Baptiste, would you like to field that question?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Councillor Sims. So I only received one question from a councillor during the postponement throughout the month of October, and that councillor only asked for clarification on tuition credit, the budget line tuition credits, which is basically the line for the Academic Resilience Fund. We can't rename budget lines because our term only lasts 1 year and the budget continues on year after year. Besides that, there were no additional edits that were forwarded to me through my BPF email or through my Instagram DMs, Facebook, LinkedIn, nothing like that. So there were no further edits needed from that part. So I was just kind of chilling. If there are any further edits people would like to bring up today, I'll be more than happy to bring them up right now in front of council, and we can talk about that right now. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Baptiste. I will remind council amendments to the budget would be in order at this time, I believe. Are there any other points of discussion or debate from council? Yes, Councillor Draper.
Hi, I was just hoping to have clarified. So I was told that legal fees would be included in the administrative budget line. And I was just wondering if there's any way we could have those just separated into a different line, just so that it's clear exactly where that money is going.
Yes, again, VP Baptiste.
So legal fees do go into the administrative budget, and there is a line that says legal fees that go under there. I could give you guys a total of how much that's accumulated to over the past 6 months that we've been in office, and I'll be more than happy to do that. By putting it onto the executive budget, that would be, I don't want to say like out of order, but like it would be preferable not to, because considering that is an expense that does not relate to our platform promises of providing a holistic student experience to provide professional, social, and academic development. I feel like that best sits into administrative duties on the administrative budget. But of course, I'll be more than happy to give you guys a total of how much we spent on that budget line, if that's what you would like, Councillor Draper. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Baptiste. Councillor Draper, does that satisfy your question?
Yeah, that sounds good. As long as I'm just wanting to clarify, as long as that there is like a specific line, it doesn't have to be on the executive budget, but just in general, that there's a specific amount shown, that it's clear, like ballpark what was spent on that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Draper. Are there any other points of discussion or debate from council at this time? Specific amendments to the budget might also be in order at this time, if there are any. One in the chat from Councillor Scott: did the expenses for the businesses increase significantly because they are now reopening? Would anyone like to field that question? Yes, VP Baptiste. Yes, they did increase, not so much significantly, but given that other businesses that supplied like Havens, Ollie's, and Roosters, they had to account for changes due to COVID-19 as well. So their prices went up. And then given that we were reopening after a year of inactivity, there were also internal renovations that had to be done. For example, a dishwasher that matched demand, such as redoing lighting and ventilation within Ollie's and Roosters and stuff like that. And of course, Havens, a complete renovation that was going on from the past term before me and continued on to today's term, and still making sure that we were able to renovate to provide a community hub plus the business of a book consignment for textbooks at Havens as well. So all those do add to the cost of operating a business. So it did go up. Thanks. All right, thank you, VP Baptiste. And it seems like that question does satisfy Councillor Scott. Councillor Vecchio, will the wing be reopening this academic year? I could also answer that question as well. So we're hoping to be opening the wing later in 2022. So there's not too much of a hard deadline for that one, because our goal is to make sure that Roosters is up and running as efficiently as possible. And given that the capacity demands within the university was not so much fluctuating, but it was just unknown for a time, we were focusing on efforts on Roosters. We're really aiming to reopen the wing, and we're hoping to work on that with the Roosters management team, as well as a business administrator that we hired in CUSA, who's also a student. So fingers crossed that we can get it reopened by the end of the winter term, but really pushing for that. So thank you for your question. All right, thank you, VP Baptiste. It seems like there's no follow-up from Councillor Vecchio. All right, are there any councillors at this time opposed? Oh, yes, Councillor Sims.
Well, I was going through my notes on the budget, and I just wondered what exactly employee appreciation meant. Each, the president and all the VPs have a line, I believe, for employee appreciation, and I just wanted to know what exactly that meant. I know it's quite a large budget item under the president's expense, and it also appears under VP's expense reports as well. I was just wondering if I could have some clarification on that.
Yes, VP Baptiste. So the Employee Appreciation Fund, that's for basically, it was for before our monthly meetings within the entire CUSA. So all the full-time staff and the regular staff, CUSA, as well as the executives, we meet up once a month to have an all-staff meeting, and it would get pretty long and pretty hectic.
And part of that would go towards like, hey, we got lunch covered for you guys at this time. So that would be like a $25 Uber Eats gift card for like the staff that attended the meeting, because it could go on for like 2-3 hours. So that would cover lunch for that day. That would happen once a month. Of course, given that the president role was unfilled 2 months into our term, those meetings have not happened yet. And at the moment, those funds have not been used. So I would say like it's just kind of sitting there at the moment. But after I talked with the rest of the staff, or the full-time staff, they're like, oh, there's usually like a holiday party that would go underneath there. So I'm like, okay, cool. But that should be the only place where it shows up. I'm pretty sure it's just under the president's budget. I'm not too sure if it's, I know for a fact it's not under my budget as VP Finance, but I don't think it's on any of the other executive budgets. It may be under the communication budget just for like, what's it called again? Holidays and birthdays and celebrating, creating that culture of like a warm, welcoming culture here at CUSA, because we want to make sure that people feel engaged and appreciated here. But besides that, that's the purpose for that budget.
All right, Councillor Sims, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you. It was, and my apologies, it was something else that showed up on several reports, not the employee appreciation. On that, there was under the VPF and the VPSI, and I believe the VPSL, there was $3,990 worth of revenue. And I was just wondering where that came from.
Yes, VP Baptiste.
So that was supposed to be from the government in terms of for the positions that we hired underneath the positions. So for me, for the VPF, I had the business administrator salary. So we were aiming to get, what's it called again, like a grant or a subsidy for the wages that were spent for that student position within our organization. And under, I think you said the VPSI. So the VP for the VPSI, that would be the research and advocacy position as well. So that's a student position that's hired underneath that, under VP Valentina's budget. And then for, I think, I'm not too sure what the other position you said. I heard VP and they all kind of blurred together. But for the other student positions that are hired within CUSA, so we have the executive coordinator, the executive assistant, research and advocacy, and the business administrator position. So 4 positions right there already. And then of course our street team, which goes under VP community engagement. So whatever we try to apply for and get grants, that's an estimated amount that we hope to get from the government. Of course, the government is free to reject our applications, which happened over the summer, which is pretty tough. But fortunately, we still have 2 more terms, as in the fall 2021 term and the winter 2022 term to garner funding for those student positions. So this is that sum that you see there, the $3,990 is for 1 term. So that's hoping that we get at least 1 term funded for these student positions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
That does satisfy your question, Councillor Sims?
Yes, thank you. And that's the end of my questions.
Of course, thank you. Are there any other points of discussion or debate from councillors at this time? Yes, Councillor Osazua, if I'm saying that right.
Oh yeah, you are. I was just wondering why, sorry, I went to the bathroom, this question was answered. Why are the statements so broad and so general? Like for instance, it has under VP Student Life, projects for 23,000. What projects? Like I would like a more detailed breakdown of all this happening.
Of course, thank you, Councillor. VP Baptiste.
I had the same question, Councillor, because I was like, I would very much like to make sure that people itemize budget. So onto that same question, Councillor Dance. So I did request that the budget lines be changed so they were more accurate of what the VPs were advocating to use that money for. Unfortunately, after showing this to the finance department, they're like, we don't change the budget lines from year to year because 1, it adds confusion for 1, what's it called again? The finance staff, because they're like, okay, it's commonly called projects and it should be called projects for moving on. Because if we changed it year after year, for example, if we changed tuition credits to COVID hardship fund, and then the next year we change it to the what's it called again? The Academic Resilience Fund benefits. And a year after, like, we want to change it back to tuition funds. It's a lot of change, and keeping consistency between year to year is the best way to ensure that students are familiar with the budget at hand, and that whatever the title is, we could add explanations for it from now on, and then just keep it on a consistent basis moving on. Like, that's how it's done. I personally would rather have it change year to year, but you know what? I'm only here for 1 year, and I don't want to say I want to mess up the flow, but I want to make sure that I'm leaving the best situation for next year's VP Finance, so that they're not operating from a place of confusion, but they're just going like, okay, these are the commonly used budget titles. I will give meaning to it as the VP Finance for each of the projects that the executives with. Can we create a reference sheet for students? Yes, of course. I have one already for my own personal use. So I'll be more than happy to create a reference list to give a breakdown of the projects within each of the budget lines. So that's like, I literally have one pulled up on my computer right now. So be more than happy to share that with you guys later on tonight, actually. La, 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 la. Okay. Motion to, yeah, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hopefully those answers are to everyone's satisfaction. Are there any other points of discussion or debate today from council?
Yeah, sorry. So if they already had the opportunity to add subtitles or subtitles as to like what projects per year, why haven't they already, if this has already been an issue?
Thank you, Councillor. VP Baptiste.
Well, given that they have a new finance manager that was on maternity leave last year, and then we're basically hiring for a new accounts payable officer this year, there's been a lot of transition and turnover within the last 2 years within the finance department. So the goal was to maintain consistency until things kind of settle down, to make sure that like through my transition and through last year's transition, everybody was just in the know and they were operating from the same basis rather than changing things last minute. Of course, creating an itemized list was not the priority for the VP Finance or the finance department. It was just to make sure that we were operating as best as we could given the changes in the department and the lack of hands there. So I feel like that's definitely a thing we could have in terms of having subtitles for these positions. But of course, making sure the budget isn't too cluttered up with just knowledge there, and making sure that we have the knowledge either in a separate document saying, okay, budget projects for the VP community engagement this year include X, Y, and Z. That's a goal I want to do with the executive report. And I was hoping to achieve that this year. Of course, this is the first year we're doing like an executive report again after a couple of years of not doing it. But I'm hoping that the next year VP Finance will be able to be like, okay, let me include an itemized budget list in the executive report so that students know what these budget lines mean and where these projects will fall on these budget lines, given from the budget template that we use.
All right, thank you, VP Baptiste. Is there any more discussion from council?
How difficult would it be to itemize the budget?
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Would anyone like to field the question? VP Baptiste.
It would be easy on my end for the VP budgets, but as for like the other budgets, like let's say one of the service centers or the building operation manager's budget or Ollie's or Roosters, it gets kind of like nitty gritty because it's like, what else could you qualify building expenses besides just electricity? It's commonly used for electricity expenses. What else could you qualify food handling charges besides just like getting food from other vendors off campus? Just random expenses I'm throwing out here. Don't quote me on that. But doing that would require like a complete overhaul of like, okay, let's go in word by word, change it through that, and then changing our internal records as well, changing our spreadsheets on that as well, and then releasing that back to Scotiabank, back to get it approved within our records as well, and then sending it off back to me to sign off on. It would take quite a bit of like, I don't want to say quite a bit, an extensive amount of administrative time that we don't have on hand because once again, we're going through the hiring process of the accounts payable officer, and I would much rather have our time focused on hiring on that person and ensuring that our internal financial operations are done appropriately And I feel like having an itemized budget line for each and every single budgets, and you see how many are there, would be rather difficult. Of course, I'm more than happy to provide an itemized budget line for each of the execs, which I have ready and able to send off to you guys later tonight.
All right, thank you, VP Baptiste. Councillor Osazua.
Hi, I just think that it would be worth it since students technically in this case are investors, their money are going towards these things. Therefore, they should have knowledge as to where exactly their dollars are going. I think for things like rent or food handling charges, those things are self-explanatory. But when you have 23,000 just towards projects, that's broad, that's extremely broad, and no one knows what you're talking about. Well, not you personally, but no one knows what's going on with that money. And like, as a slate, you guys came and said, okay, like we're gonna overhaul this dynasty and this whole system. And a part of it is actually saying, yes, this money, this 23,000 is going towards this. This 12,000 is going towards that, and being very meticulous about where things are going.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you have a specific question associated with your statement, or merely a statement of debate?
My question is essentially, why is this not a priority? I guess. Well, what unless the priority is, why is it not there? Because it's important.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Vice President Baptiste, would you like to answer?
Like I said before, I have an itemized budget line of all the budgets line to explain where this money is going. If you guys had those questions throughout the month, I was here. Another thing too, I did advocate to changing the budget lines so that they were more clear to counselors. But of course, it not even clear to counselors, but clear to the student body. That takes a lot of administrative time, and we are, I don't want to say overworked, but there's a lot of work to be done within CUSA to ensure that governance and transition processes are done in the best way to ensure that next year's exec is left on the best footing, and putting time towards changing the budget lines, which is not so much like a extensive duty, it's just a time consuming duty, like consumes a lot of time. It's not the best use of our time. And I want to make sure that what I could do, which was making an itemized budget line for the students and having it ready so that when students did come to me and say, hey, why is there a $23,000 budget line just for projects? I had that answer ready and I'm able to give it to them. So once again, if you have any questions about the budget, about a certain item, about a certain budget for the executive budgets, or whatever the other budgets presented for ollies, roosters, building operation managers, communications, I'm here to answer it and I'm here to give you the answers. Of course, it's difficult to make sure I have all the answers ready at the time that everybody requested it, which was, let's say, September 15th, but I'm here to make sure that I have the answer ready for you as soon as possible. And once again, I'm seeing the chat now. Once again, I'll send those over the itemized budget line later tonight for counselors.
Thank you.
And
I just want to say that satisfies me. That sounds good. Thanks, Vanessa.
Thank you, Councillor Vance. And thank you, VP Baptiste. I believe this would qualify as a point of order from Councillor Sims. This point of order is, would it be, or I guess a parliamentary reference, either or, would it be in order to move to add the reference sheet as an appendix to the budget? In my opinion, according to Robert's Rules of Order, that would be in order. And of course, at this time, any amendments to this motion, which include councillors wishing to amend the budget itself, would be in order. So Councillor Sims, if you would like to move that the reference sheet as prepared by Vice President Baptiste should be added as an appendix to the budget, you would be in order to move that at this time. Councillor Sims.
Yeah, if nobody has any other business that I'm cutting off, it feels like this would be an appropriate time to move that the reference sheet prepared by VP Baptiste be added as an appendix to the budget as written.
All right. Okay. We can put that here, of course. And so Councillor Sims, you would like to the amendment text read, be it resolved that the 2021-2022 CUSA budget be amended by adding a reference sheet. Yeah, a reference sheet. Is that correct, Councillor Sims?
Yeah, whether we need to specify the reference sheet VP Baptiste has already prepared or simply a reference sheet, I'm not sure.
Thank you. Is this Councillor Sims, is this amendment here, or is that to your liking?
Yeah, edited could perhaps be replaced with amendment, be amended, but I'm not sure if that wording particularly matters.
Oh yeah, any wording works. It's of course your motion, the amendment to this motion. So you're satisfied with the text as it is?
Yeah, so long as it does what we intend to do, I'm happy with it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So this amendment is moved by Councillor Sims. Any who wish to second, please just shout it out.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Is there any discussion or debate specifically on this amendment? Yes, VP Baptiste.
So quick question. So would you like the reference sheet to expand on just the VP budgets or all the budgets, just so I have a better idea of how much time to put into this, because I want to make sure it's as thorough and as explanatory as possible. And that would require me reaching out to the finance team if there are any places I'm like, oh, double checking, this is what this budget is meant for. Can I say?
Of course, would Councillor Sims, who moved that motion, like to lend any clarification onto that question? Or Councillor Vecchio, since you seconded it?
Sure. I mean, I think preferably it would be a clarification for all the reports on the budget, which I realize is quite a significant time investment for VP Baptiste. However, I think it would be there would be a significant benefit to having that clarification, and I think it would be worth the VPS time. Although the VPS may feel differently, although that's certainly how I see the matter. I would welcome other councillors to weigh in on that.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Is there any other points of discussion or debate from other councillors on this amendment on the floor? Councillor Vecchio?
I agree with Gray on that. I mean, I think we should have more explanation on what each line is of the budget, just for students, because I know a lot of us aren't finance students, and it would just help,
All right. Thank you, Councillor Vecchio. If there are no other points of discussion or debate on the amendment before council, are there any opposed to voting on the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment will be read to move into voting procedure. Be it resolved that the 2021-2022 CUSA budget be amended by adding a reference sheet prepared by Vice President of Finance Vanessa Baptiste as an appendix to the budget. This amendment was moved by Councillor Sims, seconded by Councillor Vecchio. Will all those who are in favor of this amendment to the budget please raise their hands at this time? Thank you. You may now lower your hands. And will all those who are opposed to this amendment to the budget please raise your hands at this time, not including those who've already voted in favor? All those raising their hands at this time will be counted as in the opposition to this amendment. All right, with the ayes being 15 and the nays being 1, this amendment clearly passes and will be added to the original motion text. All right, is there any more discussion or debate on the motion as it has been amended? Yes, Councillor Sims.
I'm just wondering, oh boy, this makes things complicated. Because of our amendment, are we still able to approve the motion? Or does the amendment have to be satisfied and added to the budget PDF prior to approval? I'm looking for some clarification on that.
I believe, Councillor Sims, from a perspective of parliamentary procedure, this motion would be able to approve the budget and direct certain amendments that would then become part of the budget. So in essence, we are approving, or council is approving, one budget, and included in that budget is a reference sheet, which has not been presented yet to council, but as soon as it is, it will become part of the official budget. If that's a legal argument that satisfies you.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to delay the approval of the budget, but at the same time, of course, we want to be able to see that reference sheet and approve it as well, and then add it to the budget at a later date.
Of course.
Well, thank you for your clarification.
No problem, Councillor. President Ravner, did you have a point to make?
I was just going to say. Actually, never mind. Sorry. Thanks, Gavin.
No problem. Thank you, President. Are there any other the points of discussion from councillors, or are there any opposed that we should move into voting procedure on the? All right, seeing no opposition, we can now move into voting procedure. The motion will be read. Be it resolved that CUSA Council approves and adopts the CUSA operating budget as presented on September 15th for the 2021-2022 year, and be it further resolved that the 2021-2022 CUSA budget be amended by adding a reference sheet prepared by Vice President of Finance Vanessa Baptiste as an appendix to the budget. Would all those in favor of the motion as it has been amended, please raise your hands at this time. All right, are those all who wish to vote in favor of this motion? Thank you. You may now lower your hands. Will all those who are so opposed that this motion is amended passes, please raise your hand at this time. Again, all councillors who are opposed that this motion is amended passes, please raise your hands. All right, seeing none, voting is now closed on this item, with the ayes being 18 and the noes being 0. This motion clearly passes, and this motion to approve the budget has now been carried by council. So thank you, councillors. All right, the next item on our agenda is 14B, nice letter in the alphabet, in fact, the motion to strike and fill the CUSA Accessibility Fund Committee. And the motion will be read as it has been presented to council. Whereas the CUSA Accessibility Fund Committee is a standing committee which works to ensure that CUSA events and services are accessible to all students and works to raise awareness of issues affecting students with disabilities on campus. And whereas all CUSA clubs, services, facilities, and members of the association are able to apply for support from the Accessibility Fund, be it resolved that CUSA Council strikes the CUSA Accessibility Fund Committee for the 2021-2022 academic year. Be it further resolved that CUSA Council fills the CUSA Accessibility Fund Committee with the following individuals who are not so enumerated. This motion is moved by VP Baptiste and seconded by VP Hashmi. Is there any discussion or debate on this item? Councillor Khan says in the chat, asking about composition. Is there anyone who can answer that question? Of course, it remains in order at this time, since the motion has a mover and seconder, for any councillors to propose a composition for this committee, or even to nominate certain individuals to the committee directly. That is also in order under our rules of procedure. Do any councillors have any points of discussion or debate on this motion, including to the question which Councillor Khan has raised regarding its composition? Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Khan suggests an amendment which would include 2 councillors, 4 students with disabilities, and 2 students at large as the composition of the committee. I don't know the underline for that. And where's all this weird formatting coming from? And of course, councillors, please feel free to say these statements out loud rather than in the chat. Councillor McCutcheon.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say that I feel like it would be a great idea to have a representation of students with disabilities on a committee like this. I think you're just going to struggle with that. One, you'll have to have people, like sort of like ousting their disabilities, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not something that everyone is going to want to do. And I think you'll also struggle to have people willing to fill that. And I just don't want to delay the work of the committee. I feel like that would be more harmful than beneficial, just delaying the work of the committee while we work to fill it with people that are disabled. I think we can definitely mandate that they have like open houses and town halls to get that representation. Just my opinion, though.
All right. Since I never actually read this amendment out loud, of course, if it is the wish of SciCon who moved it, it can be 2 students with disabilities and 2 students at large. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Please shout it out.
Oh, Davin, I just had a comment based off of what Greg said.
Of course.
I think also just when we say like students with disabilities, I know it's been the past and the precedent, but just kind of like looking forward, it might pose a weird kind of situation for somebody to have to declare that they have a disability to like fill that spot. Maybe like a different wording could be students who choose to self-identify with a disability are given like, what's it called? Like preference or first, spots to fill those in, rather than being like 2 people with a disability and like 2 people, like I feel like that can get kind of weird when you try to like quantify the representation.
Of course. Thank you, President Ranrin. Since I never actually did read the motion, it's still Councillor Khan's prerogative to change it before the floor, if he so chooses. So 4 students at large is his wish. All right. There's been a number of other comments. Perhaps I should allow Councillor Lepore to speak first.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with the point that was just made in regards to self-identifying as a student with a disability. I just wanted to mention that I'm looking online right now at the composition of the committee. And I do believe that it is what it says online on the CUSA website is for students. It says students with disabilities, and there's 4 there, and then 2 counselors, and then 2 students at large, as well as the VP student issues. Not sure if we want to take a note on that. It does seem pretty similar to what we are putting in the amendment here, but I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So Councillor Khan, if you would like to definitively read out loud the final version of your preferred amendment, please do so.
Yeah, sure. So be it resolved that a committee shall comprise 2 councillors, 1 representative from CDAC, and 3 students at large.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Khan.
And yeah, I mean, I would also say that I agree with Jennifer that yes, it will be open to 3 students at large, but yes, we could have a priority for students who self-identify as having a disability. I agree with Jennifer, and can add that.
All right, before I actually read this out loud, which would of course make it permanent, Councillor Khan, are you amenable to Councillor Sim's suggestion as put in the chat, or would you stick with your own?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, yeah, if we could adopt the Sim's suggestion, yes, I'm open to that.
All right. Okay. Thank you, councillors, for your input on this motion, of course. Do we have a seconder? That's probably one of the most important things for any motion. As a seconder for this motion, please yell it out. You don't need to be recognized by the chair to second a motion. Anyone at all?
I'll second it.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Draper. All right, now this amendment will be read, of course, by the chair, which would finalize it, and any other amendments would have to be made formally. This amendment from Councillor Khan, be it resolved that the committee shall, or rather be it resolved that this motion text be amended to include the committee shall comprise 2 councillors, 1 representative from CDAC, and 3 students at large, with a preference towards students who self-identify as having a disability. Are there any councillors opposed to moving into voting procedure on this item? Seeing none, we can now do so. Would all those in favor of this amendment as it has been presented to council, please raise your hands at this time. All right. Thank you, council. And you may now lower your hands. All those who are so opposed to this amendment, please raise your hands at this time. All right. If those are all who wish to vote in favor and opposed, voting is closed on this item. With the ayes being 11 and the noes being 1, this motion clearly passes. This text will be added to the original motion text. All right. Now we can, is there any discussion on the motion as amended? Which is, of course, before your eyes here. Seeing none, are there any opposed that we move into voting procedure on the motion as has been amended? All right. Would all those in favor of this motion as it has been amended by Councillor Khan, please raise your hands at this time. All right. Thank you, councillors. If that is all who wish to vote in favor, you may now lower your hands. Thank you for lowering hands. All those opposed to this motion as amended, please raise your hands at this time. Oh, of course, the motion is that be it resolved the CUSA Council strikes the CUSA Accessibility Fund Committee for the 2021-22 academic year. Be it further resolved, CUSA Council fills the Accessibility Fund Committee with the following individuals: 2 counselors, 1 representative from CDAC, and 3 students at large with preference towards students who self-identify as having a disability. All right, now the motion has been read. Is that all who wish to vote? Seeing no other votes, the ayes being 13 and the noes being 0, this motion clearly passes and is carried by CUSA Council. Thank you, counselors. All right, item 14C on our agenda is the motion to fill the CUSA Councillor vacancy of the Ad Hoc Academic Resilience Fund Committee. So whereas there exists a vacancy of 1 position of a CUSA Council representative on the Ad Hoc Academic Resilience Fund Committee, be it then resolved that the vacancy of the Ad Hoc Academic Resilience Fund Committee be filled for the 2021-2022 academic year by the following CUSA Councillor. Oh yes, and it's also been raised to my attention that it would be in order to fill the actual spaces on the last motion, specifically for CUSA councillors. So backtracking somewhat, are there any nominations on the floor for councillors under this committee? All right, Councillor Khan nominates Councillor Alexis. St. Pierre, is that correct? Are there any other nominations? No other nominations for councillors on this committee? All right, seeing none, we can move to a vote by secret ballot on the nomination of Councillor St. Pierre, unless any councillors would like to speak for or against their, oh, okay, Sims has nominated Councillor Vecchio. Thank you, councillors. We have 2 nominees for the 2 seats. If there is no discussion forthwith from councillors on the merits of these candidates, we can move straight into voting procedure on both of them. All right, seeing none, we can vote by secret ballot. Of course, just send me a direct message through the chat. We'll start with voting on Councillor St. Pierre and then on Councillor Vecchio. I'll just make sure to put both of them into a waiting room. All right, well, all those in favor of Councillor St. Pierre to be nominated to this committee, please send me a direct message to that effect at this time. All right, if those are all who would like to vote in the affirmative, would all those who'd like to vote against Councillor St. Pierre please send me a direct message to that effect now. All right, if those are all who wish to vote on Councillor St. Pierre, all those wishing to vote on Councillor Vecchio in favor, please send me a direct message to that effect at this time. All right, if those are all who wish to vote in the affirmative, but all those who wish to vote against Councillor Vecchio's nomination, please say so at this time. All right, If those are all those who would like to vote on both nominees, voting can now close on this election. How do we let them back in? All right. The secret ballot has been counted and affirmed by myself, and both of our candidates, Councilor St. Pierre and Vecchio, have been elected to the committee. Congratulations to you both. Of course, the students at large will be filled by CUSA Council at our next meeting following publication of the vacancy. All right. Back to motion 14C, as you were discussing before. Yes, be resolved that the vacancy of the Ad Hoc Academic Resilience Fund Committee be filled for the 2021-2022 academic year by the following CUSA counselor. Now, we also need a mover and seconder for this motion. So any of those who would like to do so, please speak and be recognized.
I can move the motion.
Thank you, Councilor Khan.
I can second it.
Thank you, Councilor Vecchio. Nominations are in order at this time. Are there any nominees for this vacancy? Any nominations at all from councilors of any others? You do not need to be recognized by the chair. Please speak any nomination if you have one. All right. At any rate, oh yes, VP Baptiste, you have the floor.
I nominate Councillor Stacy.
Thank you, VP Baptiste. All right. Are there any other nominees before council at this time? Seeing none, we can now move on into voting procedure unless any councillors would like to speak on the merits of our candidate. Councillor Osa-Azua. All right, seeing no requests or points to be made for discussion, I will now go on to put the councillor in the waiting room, and we can move to another vote by secret ballot on this individual. So would all those in favor of nominating Councillor Osa-Azua, Stacy is her first name, to the vacancy on this committee, please, oh yes, Councillor Chowdhury.
Sorry, Chair, that was an error.
All right, no problem at all. All those in favor of voting for Councillor Osa-Azua to fill this vacancy, please send me a direct message to that effect at this time. All right, if those are all in favor, would all opposed to this councillor's nomination, please say so at this time. Oh. All right, if those are all votes for and against this candidate, voting is now closed. And they will be let back in. All right, thank you for joining us again. Counselor, you've been elected by council to fill the vacancy on the Academic Resilience Fund Committee. Congratulations to you. Now, at this point, in advance of what we expect to be an incredibly exhaustive motion and very fulsome debate from council, the chair would look favorably upon a motion from councillors for a 5-minute recess.
I will. I was actually going to make that motion, and then you mentioned it, Chair. So I will make that motion for a 5-minute recess.
All right, such a motion, of course, is undebatable. A seconder.
Yeah, me, Saad. I mean, I will second the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any opposed that we should take a 5-minute recess? All right, seeing none, this motion clearly passes. We will return in 5 minutes to discuss the motion before you. Please make sure you read it well and understand what it'll be about. All right, thank you very much. All right, hello, council. Can you all hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so welcome back to our meeting. Our 5-minute recess has there ended. So welcome back, all councilors. I can see that we maintain quorum. Well, two and a what do you call it? A supplementary motion, of course, motion to amend, and we can get back right into it. Okay, so the first motion for council's consideration today is the motion to suspend the rules. Okay, I'm glad everyone's just talking about the new Venom, which I actually have never seen, and that's something that I need to call my attention to for real. Okay, so the motion is to suspend the rules in order to under.
Devin, my really poor connection, but I can't see your screen. Maybe it's just me.
Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot to resume share. There it is. Sorry. Here's the motion for everyone to read. The motion is, of course, to suspend the rules in order to undertake an indicative voting process on the topic of democratic reform recommendations. So yes, this is a motion to suspend the rules, whereas an indicative vote is a non-binding vote in a range of different options in which CUSA councillors may vote in favor of many of the options they consider acceptable following a debate on each of the proposals. And whereas indicative voting is used so that councillors may express what measures they can live with rather than striking down all suggestions deemed imperfect. And whereas the proposed indicative voting process allows for a vote on all proposals, even after a majority vote is reached, intending to encapsulate councillors' various objectives for and expectations of the CUSA governance structure, be it resolved that CUSA councillors suspend the rules in order to hold now and proceed into a series of indicative up or down votes on proposed reform recommendations compiled for council by the CUSA Ad Hoc Democratic Reform Committee. This motion was moved by VP Hashmi and seconded by Councillor Khan. Is there any discussion on this motion? Are there any opposed that we move into voting procedures on this motion before us? Seeing none, would all those in favor of suspending Robert's Rules of Order as far as it allows council to embark on an indicative voting process, please raise your hands at this time. I would remind councillors that this needs a 2/3 vote to pass Robert's rules. All right, that should be sufficient. Would all those opposed to this motion, please raise your hands at this time. And of course, please lower your hands if you were in favor of this motion. Again, all those with their hands up at this time will be counted as in the opposition. This motion, going once, going twice. All right, thank you, councillors. Voting is now closed, with the ayes being 20 and the noes being 1. This motion clearly passes, and the rules are now suspended in as much as council can embark on indicative voting. So, of course, this motion becomes relevant in consideration of our next motion, item 14E, the motion to recommend democratic reform proposals to CUSA legal counsel. So whereas CUSA has suspended the rules to allow for blanks to be filled through an indicative voting process, and whereas council has received the report of the Democratic Reform Committee, be it resolved that CUSA council recommend that A, the proposed structure of CUSA the Association and CUSA Inc. shall be, and then there is a blank, which can be filled with one of these two options or another that councillors suggest. A, status quo, no change, or B, merging the corporation and association with an external board, reduced VP and trustee responsibilities. A, again, the proposed executive structure, composition, and hourly commitments per position shall be A. Maybe we'll just make these ones ones and these ones twos, I guess, if it's easier for council. Look at that. All right. A, status quo. All executive positions should be part-time positions based on a 25-hour work week. B, the full-time executive. All executive positions should be full-time positions based on a 35-hour work week. C, the full-time president, part-time VPs. Only the presidential executive position should be a full-time position based on a 35-hour work week. All other vice presidential executive positions should be part-time positions based on a 25-hour work week. And or D, fewer executives. The CUSA executive should be reduced to 5 executive positions. The third consideration is the future of the state's slate system in CUSA elections, and the blank that shall be filled will be A, status quo, no change. Slates shall continue to be permitted in CUSA elections, and all executive positions shall remain subject to election by CUSA members at large. B, ban slates with an elected president and hired VPs. CUSA members at large should hold yearly elections to elect the position of president. CUSA council should be responsible for hiring and filling vice presidential positions on a yearly basis. And or C, a ban of slates, election of executives. Slates, as defined in the CUSA electoral code, shall no longer be permitted in CUSA elections, and all executive positions shall remain subject to election by CUSA members at large. The fourth consideration before council is the proposed hiring and election structure for CUSA executive members shall be A, an internal CUSA council election where VPs are elected based on a majority vote in CUSA council. That one would be better than the other. B, CUSA council approved hiring committee. A hiring committee created by CUSA council will interview and hire vice presidents based on their qualifications and or community-based hiring. Candidates are hosted by various interest groups or service centers for town halls, debates, or Q&As, and then the groups send their recommendations to a CUSA council committee, which then makes a final recommendation to CUSA council. And 5, the fifth consideration, the recommendation for term limits and or position specific term limits for CUSA executive members shall be A, the status quo. Executive positions shall not be subject to term limits. B, a presidential limit. There should exist a non-consecutive term limit for the position of president. C, a 1-year limit. There should exist a 1-term limit across all executive positions so that no executive may seek re-election to any position. And or D, move up and move out. There should exist a move up or move out term limit whereby vice presidents may only seek re-election to a position higher than their current position, and presidents may not seek re-election. Be it further resolved that these recommendations of CUSA council be recorded and made public in order to be referenced by Mackenzie Lake Limited Liability Corporation, a law firm, during their drafting process of the revised CUSA, the association bylaws, to ensure the bylaws reflect the wills and intentions of CUSA council. This motion was moved by VP Hashmi and seconded by Councillor Khan. Of course, there is an associated motion to limit debate for the motion above. We look favorably upon a mover and seconder for this motion to limit debate to 5 minutes per item. Be it resolved, the CUSA council shall limit open moderated debate between CUSA members on each proposed recommendation to 5 minutes. Moved by Councillor Khan and a seconder, Councillor Vice President Fontina Vera Gonzalez.
Am I past?
No, right.
Sorry to interrupt. The point to ask for an amendment to limit debate for 10 minutes. I feel like 5 minutes might be a tad short, especially if that includes the explanation of each option.
I'd just like to point out to Councillor Gray that I believe it refers to every subheading here, 5 minutes for each. But
Okay.
of course,
Okay,
just for consideration.
If it includes every subheading, then 5 minutes is adequate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sims, if you'd like to rescind that motion. Councillor Scott or Dance, did you have a comment on this motion to limit debate specifically, which takes precedence over the other one?
I just had a comment on it. I think that this is arguably one of the most important things that we'll be discussing this year. And I think that this is the platform that the current executives were elected on. It's the focus that students have for our council and our executives. So I don't feel like there should be a limit. I think that we should give every subheading the time that it deserves and needs to discuss.
Thank you for your statement, Councillor Dance. Councillor Scott, do you have something to offer on this motion to limit debate? All right, seeing none, if there are any opposed, we can now move into voting procedure on the motion to limit debate. Are there any opposed that we should vote? Councillor should vote.
I am opposed.
Councillor Draper.
I would oppose.
All right. Wait, so all right, now this makes it complicated. All right. All those in favor of voting, of moving into voting procedure on this motion, all in favor of voting at all, please raise your hand. All right. All those opposed to voting on this motion at all, or moving into voting procedure at all, please raise your hand at this time.
Chair, I'm a bit confused. I think there's a few of us who are a bit confused. I noticed people who were voting in favor may have been a bit confused, may have been thinking they were voting in favor of not voting on this motion.
Of course. I can explain, Councillor Sims.
Yeah.
In Robert's rules, in our typical parliamentary procedure, to move into a vote at all requires the approval of council. Typically, I would always ask, or the chair would always ask, is there any opposed that we move into voting procedure? Because to move into voting procedure necessarily means the debate will finish and we'll begin a vote, right? So I was asking council if we wanted to finish debate on this and move into a vote, but since it wasn't unanimous, because councillors Dance and Draper both opposed to taking a vote at this time, I would then poll council to see if council wanted to take a vote, and if the vote to move into voting procedure would pass, we would then go into a vote on yes or no about the limits of debate. Typically, though, it's not a matter of contention, and every other time we've taken a vote during our meetings of council, I've always asked, are there any opposed to voting procedure? And there hasn't been any. So if that's not your satisfaction, Councillor Sims.
Okay, thank you. I'm just a bit concerned because I noticed that Councillor Draper was voting in favor of voting on the motion, which I know was not her intent. So I'm just concerned that there may be other councillors who did so as well.
Councillor Reynolds, do you have a statement to make at this time?
Yeah, I was just going to point out the exact same thing as Gray. I think that there may have been a slight misunderstanding. I think it would be apt to just hold the vote again if that's not against procedure, just because I think a couple people may have selected the wrong option there.
Of course, that would be reasonable. If there are none opposed, we could hold that vote again. Councillor Draper, do you have something to say?
Yeah, no, I would just like to agree with Keenan. Voting again would be better because I'd like to clarify.
Perfect. Okay. And since there seems to be a number of individuals who would not like to move into voting procedure, any statements of discussion or debate would still be in order at this time. Regarding, of course, this motion to limit debate.
Yeah, I just like to add, I can't remember who it was that said it, but I think this is a foundational piece of what's going to be the defining legislation for CUSA going forwards. I think limiting debate on that, it's not the best idea, because I think everybody that's here in this meeting right now, A, deserves to hear their voice heard, and B, really cares. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So I feel that limiting debate could possibly constrain some of the progress that could be. Oh, there you go. I don't know. Yeah, sorry.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Reynolds. VP Hashmi, please.
We can move a motion to not have a limit also. Sure, I can move that motion.
I think it would be simpler if council voted no on this limit, motion to limit debate. It's already been presented to council. All right. Are there any opposed or to vote moving into voting procedure on this item? Any opposed? All right. Seeing none, we can now move into voting procedure. Would all those who are in favor of this motion to limit debate, please raise their hands at this time. If that is all who would like to vote in favor of the motion to limit debate, would all those who are opposed to this motion to limit debate, please raise your hands at this time. All right. Thank you, council. If those are all those who are thus opposed to this motion, you may now lower your hands. All right, and if those are all those who would like to vote, voting procedure is now closed on this item. With the ayes being 0 and the noes being 18, this motion fails and will not be applied to the debate on the motion above. So I just also like to point out it's the first time council has voted no on a motion as long as I've been chair. Anyways, so we are going back to the original motion. And of course, discussion will still start at the very first item, and we will vote at every juncture to fill the blank, right? And the first blank that must be filled will be what our proposed structure of CUSA association will look like. And we have 2 suggestions here to fill that blank with. Of course, councillors are well within their rights to suggest another means by which the blank can be filled. Every councillor can only suggest one, and they cannot be amended. So with that being said, yes, VP Ashram.
I just want to make my own statement because of a mover.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. So I'm not going to talk a lot. I'm not going to take your time a lot, but I'll just say a few points because I have already said this on our one-on-one meeting. First of all, the first point is really important to merge because we need the merging because of the liability issues of the association. Second, the second point, as of an executive right now, I know how much work it is to work in CUSA. It's more than a 40 hours job. I went to SAT's conference, asked all the executives, they said the exact same thing. And most of these people work more than it's a full-time position. None of them are a part-time position. So we'll go to the third part. With the third part, I think we got elected because of these changes, the slate. We should ban slate, and we came with a way after talking with the Democratic Reform witnesses. They said that electing, what is it called? Banning slate, but keeping all these people electing as a large student will not stop the slate. They will informally make that slate, because it will be really hard to find out if the slate even exists or not. But they can make it informally. So the best way, I think, was get the president elected and vice presidents hired. We'll go to next motion. And what is this? How to elect these people? As I said, but go ahead, back up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, how to elect these people? I just explained it on the top on the thing. Internally, CUSA council or CUSA approved the committee to hire these people, or the community-based hiring. I explained all these 3 on our one-on-one meeting. We can go to the next point. I think it's important to have a limit on these kind of positions, because people can get this position as a granted, and they can use they can start their own dynasty in the association. So limiting their time and the association is really important. So I would just say that too. And I think I'm good. Thank you. And if any question, I'll give it back to David. Yeah, David.
And okay, thank you, VP Hashmi. Now, a number of councillors have their hands up at this time. And of course, for simplicity of debate, we'd be moving down from our first consideration, the first blank we have to fill, and then our options. So if your question does not regard one of these two, we'll start with the proposed structure, status quo, no change. So councillors, if you have something to say about that suggestion in particular, for or against it, or if you have a suggestion for another option that we can insert into consideration, your comments would be in order. Just wanted to remind you all of that. All right, that being said, Councillor Dance, please feel free, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Davin. So I was on the Democratic Reform Committee, and I'm very, very happy with the recommendations. So for this first point, we did recommend merging the corporation and the association. It just makes things a lot less confusing. But before we get into voting for this motion, I do understand that there were some liabilities, and I just don't want to see the Democratic Reform Committee sort of used as the solution to these liabilities without directly addressing them. As we know, all of the councillors had the opportunity to meet one-on-one with Ahmed and Sam and whoever else was in the CUSA office at the time. And before we get into voting on these motions, which I totally am supportive of, I just wanted to directly ask Ahmed why there were redactions in those one-on-one meetings in regards to some of those liabilities and what those redactions are. And I feel like knowing what was redacted would help us decide how to vote in the restructuring of the association.
Thank you,
Well,
Councillor Dance.
I don't know if you guys can see me here.
That's all right. Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, perfect. Well, can I answer?
Oh yes, of course, if you will.
Sure. I think I answered this exact same question to you on our last meeting. It's the confidentiality of the lawyer that told us to keep it, and I think it's for us for us also as my responsibility as acting president and the vice president internal to keep the internal stuff with the CUSA, because this matter of reputation of CUSA, and I don't want to risk the reputation of CUSA. So that I think that will not help you in any way to make this decision. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you that. It's my responsibility to keep the reputation of the CUSA as an acting president, as a vice president internal. So I'm sorry, and I cannot answer that question.
Okay, and Davin, may I respond?
Of course, Councillor Dance, if you will, if that answer doesn't satisfy you.
Yeah, and I definitely respect that it is your job to protect the reputation of CUSA. I totally understand that. My problem is that as a counselor, I am not responsible for that. I'm responsible to hold CUSA accountable to the students that I represent and that CUSA represents. And I think it would be very helpful for council to know before we vote on a restructuring of CUSA that seemingly will resolve some of these liabilities. I think it would be helpful for council to know what these liabilities are before we vote on this. And I don't think that we can hold a vote in good faith without knowing all the details of why this vote is needed, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Did you want to direct that question at VP Hashmi again?
Yep, or any of the executive that feels like they might have a reasonable answer.
Of course, VP Hashmi, it seems.
I would just say that again. I think our lawyer advised to not to show that, and I will keep what is it called? As I said, right? My job is to keep the representation at the reputation of CUSA. If my lawyer is telling me not to do something, I'll listen to his legal advice and tell me, okay, I'm not gonna do that, right? I'm not gonna put ourselves in risk because of what I did, right? So I think I'll just keep it at, I'm sorry, but this is, trust me, that has nothing to do with your decision making right now. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. We'll move down the speakers list to Councillor Lepore. You have the floor.
Apologies, because this is definitely out of order, but it's something important that I think just quickly needs to be said, so I'll keep it quite short. I'm just wondering about the live stream, and I'm wondering if we can get it working or if we can try to get it working again, because I think it's extremely important to have it being live streamed. And I do understand we might have technical difficulties. I'm just wondering if there's any way we can sort of get the live stream back on, because I have received messages about trying to get that live stream back and running.
Of course. Thank you, Councillor Lepore. No, that's in order as a point of privilege. We'll definitely try and get that sorted right now. Perhaps I believe Jordan is the host. Maybe Jordan could do it, but
Jordan,
might go
could you,
onto
yeah,
her
Jordan, could you
Instagram.
please go to the settings and fix it from the settings?
Sure, I'm looking into it.
Thank you. And see if there's I don't know, but mine, it doesn't allow me from here.
Yeah, no, I don't see that option either as a co-host.
Can you make Devin a host and see if that works for him? Because I tried that.
Actually, I accidentally muted Jordan.
Wow, I'm hurt. You, Davin, and myself are all hosts, so we all have the same permissions, and I don't see it on my end, so there's definitely a back-end issue that I'm looking into.
And it might be because the account isn't connected to the Facebook page.
It is, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Not. But
as a fail-safe, at least the meeting is recorded, and we'll upload that to the Facebook as soon as we can.
That's right. As soon as we get the uploading back from Zoom, we will upload these videos.
Yeah, I don't see any means by which we could live stream it. So my apologies, Councillor Lepore, but this video would be made available afterwards. Councillor Khan.
Yeah, so I want to ask this to particularly Ahmed, since he's the one who has moved a motion. So I'm reading the 1B where it says merging the corporation and association, external board, reduced VP and trustee responsibilities. So on the one hand, it says that the VP and trustee, the VP responsibilities will be reduced, but on the 2B, it says full-time executive. So if you want to reduce VP responsibilities, then how could you expect the executive to be full-time? It's just a contradictory, I would say.
I can answer that. Reduction on that part, it means the part of the admin work that they do, the financial part of the work. So they can take a lot more project on themselves, but they cannot. We're reducing the admin work on their plates. So because the board will take care of that financial side of the decision making, right? So the VPs will not have that, but they will still work as their VP, I think, as what is it called, on the projects that they advocate for students.
Okay, thank you, Ahmed.
All right, thank you for your question, Councillor Khan. Councillor Draper.
Hi, I would just like to ask, is there any way that we could have 1B become two separate points? Because it just seems that merging the corporation and association and dealing with how much workload the VPs have should be a separate point. I'm not comfortable with the fact that it's all in 1B. Because if we support part of that, for example, merging the corporation and association, but we don't support another aspect of that point, it can become confusing as to what council is actually intending.
So I can hold on. So it says external board, right? When merging right now, that's the biggest thing right now, merging the CUSA association with the CUSA Inc., right? Into one and to under one incorporation, right? We will have external board, reducing the VP the thing trustee as a trustee responsibility. So the financial part responsibility, because that's the board responsibility will take that responsibility after that. That part, it just makes sense. It's relevant to each other, because if we're having external board, they're making the financial decision, right? But at the same time, we were reducing the VP's financial decision making, if that makes sense.
Thank you for your answer, VP Hashmi. Councillor Draper, does that satisfy your query?
Yeah, that's a good clarification, although it would be nice if that particular wording was included in the motion. Or sorry, in the vote.
Which one?
I think she's talking about 1B.
Yeah, how do you want it to, I don't get it, but how do you want it to have it in two motions? Because I think it's two relevant points, merging the CUSA Inc. and the CUSA Corporation, and at the same time you have the external board that coming as to exist. What the external board is going to do to take the financial part decision making on the CUSA, right? What is that going to do? That is going to reduce the ability of VPs to make the decision making on financial. So that's I don't know if that's relevant. I think that's.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, after your explanation, I agree that the 1B should be the same point. Although I know that you mentioned that specifically would be reducing the financial responsibilities of the VPs.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, it would be great if that could just be in there.
Sure.
If they're not opposed, the word financial can be inserted into, well, right there, right here.
Personally, I would appreciate that.
Sure. All right. As long as there aren't any opposed, it doesn't cause a headache. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Dance, do you have something to say on the regarding this point here?
Yeah, Davin, would it be out of order right now to propose a motion to postpone the voting for this until council can be fully briefed on the findings of the CUSA lawyers?
That would be in order. Of course, although next time we do consider, we'd also have to suspend the rules again. This chair would appreciate some explanation on part of your part, Councillor.
Yeah, I in my one-on-one meetings, it was just implied that there were some things that I feel like council at the very least should know, but also the students should know about CUSA. And I don't feel like we can vote on real reform if we don't even know what problems the reform is trying to fix, if that makes sense. The last thing I want is the Democratic Reform Committee to function as a cover-up for CUSA's legal problems. I think that this executive has the best intentions, and I think they are the right people for this job. But I am hesitant to move forward with voting on this democratic reform until we know the full scope. Because if CUSA does have issues that have been brought up from previous administrations, I think that's something that as a council, we should all be willing to acknowledge and be transparent with the students before we can move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Are there any other councillors or members who can answer the queries that Councillor Dance is proposing before the suggestion of a motion?
President.
Sorry, Vice President Gillis?
My apologies.
Right. Are there any other members who would like to answer Councillor Dance's questions? VP. Oh yes, Councillor Dance. A clarification.
And just to add on, I am fully supportive and a fan of these changes. It's what we were all elected to bring forward. I just don't want to see these changes used sort of, I don't even want to say a cover up. I don't want to see these changes used to fix a problem that should be addressed, if that makes sense. I think that if CUSA has had problems that need to be addressed, I think that they need to be addressed with full transparency and not using democratic reform to sort of silently fix them. And just to clarify the people in the chat asking, my motion would be to postpone this until CUSA Council is given the full information.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. You're describing, as far as I can tell, a motion to postpone indefinitely, if not until a certain date that I believe would be in order at this time, although of course it would be the decision of council. Is there any statement perhaps from VP Baptiste or VP Casper? VP Baptiste first, that may enlighten Councillor Dance.
Thanks, Davin. I just had a few questions on like the postponing voting for tonight. Would that mean waiting until the councilors speak to the lawyer, or waiting till we hear back from the lawyer? And then if so, like when do we plan on, like it just feels like a lot of like postponing. I understand that the need for information is so important, but we literally don't have much time left. Like I feel like the time's gone by so quickly, and the next thing you know, it's November, and then we postpone again because people maybe not feel as if it's adequate enough time to like, oh, I feel like there wasn't enough time to hear back. We want more information. Then it's December and it's exam season, and then January we have a couple months until the next executive is elected into position. And then my next question is, Ahmed, when is the next time you plan on meeting with the lawyer, if anything? Because I feel that matters more. Because if it's like a bi-weekly basis, and you met with him last Friday, that's in the 2 weeks until we hear back from the lawyer. So that's just what I feel like now. That wasn't really a question, more like just I'm just spinning.
I can sort of answer that if that's okay, Davin, just to clarify what I mean by all this.
Yes, Councillor, you can clarify your statements.
Okay, yeah. So basically what I'm proposing is we indefinitely postpone this until council is satisfied that we've been given the full picture, that Ahmed was briefed by the lawyers. So it was, in my opinion, it was implied that the lawyers had found some stuff that if it got out, it would jeopardize the reputation of CUSA. And that's the kind of thing that I don't want to be hidden. That's the kind of thing that I believe for CUSA to move forward from, we need to address and address it publicly, not address it by just putting forward changes, needed changes. But instead of just fixing the solution, I think that the students that council represents deserve to know the full truth before moving forward. And I just appeal to council and say, listen, like we don't represent CUSA, we represent the students. CUSA is supposed to represent the students as well. And I feel like part of that personally is giving them the full picture of what's going on, not redacting things, even in the one-on-one meetings with counselors.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. I suppose next on the speaking list is Vice President Casper, if you have something to say, especially in regards to Councillor Dance's proposal.
Yes, I was just going to propose that if we do decide to postpone the voting, if we could still continue discussion on all these points. So going forward from this meeting, councillors have an understanding of each of the points, and that we don't have to review these again in the next meeting. So everything can sort of be quicker.
Thank you,
I
Vice
could
President Casper.
definitely agree to that if we just we could discuss everything but not vote or ratify it until the next meeting. That would be fine. But definitely this is not something that I want to move forward from until we get the full picture. So whether that would be redundant if we had different discussions based on the context of our new knowledge, I think that could be important as well.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Next on my screen is, I believe Councillor Sims had their hand up for some time longer. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I quite agree that council needs the full picture here before we can actually make any sort of final decisions on these. I would certainly be in agreement to review the options. However, I would say that we shouldn't be recommending anything until we have the full picture. In light of that, I did put it in chat. I would be willing to move to postpone voting, subject to an in-camera meeting between CUSA Council and Mackenzie Lake lawyers. I won't make that motion just yet, but I would be willing to make that motion. I think it's important that the first meeting between CUSA Council and the lawyers be in camera, because there may very well be information that can't be released to the public. After the in-camera meeting, should CUSA Council deem it necessary, they can always vote to make the information discussed in the in-camera meeting public. But if we discover that there is information that cannot be made public, at least then the meeting would be in camera. Yeah, as to the motion that I indicated, I would be willing to make that if other councillors favor so.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sims. I believe Councillor Vecchio had his hand up for some time now. Councillor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's important that if we have this meeting on approving these motions, whatever, that it needs to be live streamed to the public. I know that it's not working today, but I think it's important if we do this, that we need to have this live for the public to view, because this is important changes. And I think the students have the right to see this live and not after the fact.
All right, thank you, Councillor Vecchio. Vice President Hashmi.
Okay, so first I just want to go back on the point that Gray Dan said that he really supports the idea, he really supports everything, but he cannot vote on it because he doesn't have the full picture. Does it really matter? Does it really matter to put somebody's liability on the line because you really want to know the full picture? I don't really think so, right? I think we're not just solving here a problem. We need to bring CUSA on the place up, bring it up on the place with the line, with the code and the line in future. But just like, we're not perfect right now, man. We're just not perfect. You know that we have problems. Well, I don't get it. But man, we're wasting time. We're wasting time. And if you guys want it, we can have a meeting tomorrow. I'll make sure the lawyer is tomorrow in there. We have a meeting tomorrow night, exact same time, and we have this meeting again. But we cannot waste time. You guys, I don't know why. You said you're full in support with this motion, but you cannot vote on it because you don't have a full picture. Does it really make sense, man? I don't get it.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. I would remind all members of council to remain within the bounds of general decorum. VP Baptiste.
Hey, I just wanted to let everybody know, if we do go forward with having the lawyer present at this meeting, I just want to let the expenses known from moving forward. It would be $500 per hour if we had the lawyer present at this meeting, which is the expenses that we spent so far. We cannot have meetings that go on for 2-3 hours. If we do that, just letting people know so that we're all informed that it's a significant cost. So making sure that we value not only the lawyer's time, but each other's time, because this is a lot of effort, not so much effort, but significant time and energy we're putting aside every Monday night. I feel like people don't expect to spend 2-3 hours. I kind of had a feeling it would be this long, given how important this is for the governance structure for the CUSA moving forward. And even now, this is a really important discussion that we're having here. And yeah, so if you feel as if your comment could be put in the chat, go right ahead. But yeah, $500 per hour for the lawyer. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Vice President Baptiste. Councillor Scott.
Yeah. I also agree with the idea that we can't delay too much anymore on matters pertain to this. And I'm definitely also in the mentality of like, I want everything to be done properly, and I want everything to be as close to flawless as we can get it when we do decide to do something on a large scale like this. But at the same time, there's only so many meetings within a CUSA exec and just CUSA council's existence, and I don't know how much more. Like, we had one on, I mean, I hope everyone had attended their meetings with VP Hashimi and talked over the general, just to have some sort of background understanding as to what's happening with the situation. And I would like to know that everyone that was here was attending in the meeting that we had in camera and should have some more background knowledge on this. And I just think that we should stop trying to, delay the decision too severely. I mean, if we really believe that we need to go through everything and have a recap, like VP Baptiste just mentioned, it will also be very expensive to have a large scale meeting for a long time. $500 per hour is no joke. And I think that we just need to have some sort of action sooner rather than later, just in the interest of solving the problem within a reasonable amount of time for the good of, I guess, everyone that it involves.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Scott. Before I'll give you the floor, Councillor Dance, this chair would look favorably, due to the discussion that has been happening at this time, for council to actually consider a motion to postpone. So, this chair would look favorably upon an actual motion to postpone, either indefinitely or until a certain time. Postpone consideration of this motion. So with that being said, Councillor Dance, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to address Tyson's concerns and some of Vanessa's concerns. And I'll start off by saying, I think that this is the executive to get the job done. I don't think that there's any bad intentions. These are all great people. I've had the chance to meet most of them. Their ideas are solid. I think that this is a really good thing for CUSA. But I don't think that we can make this decision without knowing what was redacted. During even those one-on-one meetings, Tyson, there were things that they couldn't tell us to protect the liability of CUSA, to protect the reputation of CUSA. And we don't even need a meeting with the lawyers. I would be satisfied with the executives getting us together and just telling us how it is. I don't think that we can just take your guys' words for it, that like this stuff is stuff that like we can't tell the public because we don't even know what it is. So I think that as students that represent, the roughly 28,000 Carleton undergraduate students, and we all saw how big that budget was. I think it's very important that, council knows what the lawyers found. Was there any wrongdoing in the past that we need to be aware of? Does this democratic reform solve that? And like moving forward, how are we going to fix this? And we can't we cannot vote on democratic reform as much as I want to. I desperately want this to go through, but we can't vote on it without knowing everything. So at this time, Chair, I will put forward a motion to postpone this indefinitely until such a time as council has been fully briefed on the findings of the lawyers, whether that be by the executives or by the lawyers themselves. And, I think that it would be beneficial for us to have that meeting and discuss, maybe even putting out a statement with what we can, because I think that transparency and democratic reform are what we were elected on. And I think we've got the democratic reform, and we just have a little bit more transparency to go before I can be satisfied. And, if it's really that bad, then maybe we need to be having the discussion about the benefits of CUSA to the students. Hate to
Councillor
say-
Dance, could you please, for the edification of the chair and all the councillors, state your motion text once more?
Yep. Be it resolved that CUSA Council postpone consideration of this item until such a time as Council has been fully briefed on the findings of insert law firm name and is satisfied that all information has been conveyed. To council.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dance. Yes, okay, well, Councillor Dance has made this motion, which of course is debatable. Actually, it's undebatable. Is it? My apologies. But do we have a seconder?
Second
in
the motion
meantime?
myself.
All right, Councillor Scott. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Definitely. Oh, it is debatable. All right, this motion is of course debatable. So at this time, with this motion moved by Councillor Dance and seconded Councillor Scott, all other.
Devin,
Yes, Councillor Khan.
I mean, like we also moving like motion to let Jordan speak. So I think can we have like a hard motion first and then this? I mean, can we just listen to like Jordan first?
That would be out of
I mean,
order,
if
but if they're not opposed to hearing Jordan Vecchio speak.
I mean,
that is
no,
Councillor Vecchio.
sorry, hard vacuum, sorry, Jordan Kallakat.
Oh, yes, Jordan Collicutt. Well, I mean, Jordan Collicutt is a member of the association. If they're not opposed that she should speak at this time on a matter not concerning this motion to postpone indefinitely, she would have the floor. They're not opposed, of course, are they? Seeing none, Ms. Collicutt, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan. I currently serve as the executive assistant to the CUSA executive. While I was not privy to the information that was shared between the legal team and the CUSA trustees, that meaning the important executives who are privy to the financial matters of the executive and of the association, I just want to shed a little bit of clarity as to what section 1 of the motion that we're looking to vote on tonight actually means, as the person who did draft the wording and ran it by the executive. This is in reference to the Democratic Reform Report. This is in regards to the legal advice we've sought that was publicly available and that was reiterated to counselors in their one-on-ones in regards to current and previous Ontario law, as well as upcoming Ontario law, about the ways in which organizations like CUSA and student unions across the country and across the province are governed. There are certain regulations that CUSA has been a little bit lax on, and they need to become more in compliant to the law in regards to the structure of the organization. It's recommended by our lawyers and our legal team that the board of directors that is being proposed is what we do as an association to come into compliance with Ontario law, not just current Ontario law, but Ontario law that's projected to change within the next 2 or 3 years. This subsection is not in regards to anything in regards to redactions or emails or secretive comments by the legal team. So in terms of what you're voting on, you do have the full picture based on the Democratic Reform Report. This is a vote on the structure of CUSA, the association going forward, the metaphysical structure of who sits on the Board of Governors and how CUSA councillors and CUSA executives are elected. This does not refer to any internal matters that have been brought forth by the legal team. And I can say with certainty, though I don't know the contents that have been shared with counselors, I was not privy to the one-on-ones that were made. I do know that the executive has been more than transparent, even against some of the legal advice that we've received, so that counselors can be as in the know as possible. I know that everyone would like to have absolutely the full story, and redactions are not a fun thing to endure. Redactions are not meant to be secretive or to institute a cover-up or seek a witch hunt. Redactions are made to protect the legal integrity of the association, and as well the folks that are legally and financially liable for the decisions of the association, that being the trustees, the 3 CUSA executives who are serving on the Board of Trustees currently, as well as all of the full-time staff at CUSA and those who are not elected or hired by the student at large population. So that said, I mean, I have no vested interest in the way that CUSA Council votes. I am but a student at large, and I look to my FPA representatives to represent my opinions as a faculty member. However, I do encourage that the counselors who are representing me, at least, and all counselors in the room, do not seek a meeting with the legal team for a few reasons. The legal team has no obligation to share their findings with CUSA Council. That is the largest reason. There is no obligation for the legal team to sit down and completely come forth with everything that might be happening behind the scenes at CUSA, because CUSA counselors are not financially and legally liable for the association. As well, all of the information that has been conveyed to the CUSA trustees and those who are legally liable by the legal team has been as much as possible without damaging the reputation of CUSA and possibly, dismantling CUSA as we know it and ruining our student organization, has been conveyed to counselors in their one-on-ones that I'm confident of. And I know that even our legal team advises to be stricter about what we share because CUSA counselors are not legally liable. But that said, there has been information that has been shared with you guys out of complete trust and transparency that I believe should be met with a bit of appreciation from the executives. I think I've said my piece. I think my long-winded spiel is slowly coming to an end, but I do encourage counselors to hopefully get to moving on these 5 important votes. Democratic reform is integral, and there are a lot of changes that have been outlined in the Democratic Reform Report. Detracting this vote and going off the rails in terms of bringing in redactions and witch hunts and conspiracy theories and whatnot, I think does a disservice to the work of the Democratic Reform Committee, including Simon Harris, who was an integral member, I believe showed up to every committee and now would like to speak on that. So I would ask that the chair move to hear their thoughts on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. The motion before council at this time is the motion to postpone indefinitely, which was brought by Greg Dance. Thank you for your speech. To have Simon Harris would also be out of order at this time, and I would recommend that council does begin to consider this motion that Greg Dance has brought as a general point of parliamentary principle. We should always consider what is before us, but of course, if any are if none are opposed to hearing Simon Harris speak at this time, then of course Simon might do that. Simon Harris says he could only speak in camera. Of course, thank you for that same, Mr. Harris. So I would just like to remind council that at this time, the motion that we are considering is the motion to postpone indefinitely, moved by Councillor Dance and seconded by Councillor Scott. So all debate ought to revolve around this question, whether or not we should postpone consideration of this motion indefinitely, as which is of course to no set date, of course. Well, whenever council is satisfied they've been fully briefed on the findings of Mackenzie Lake LLC. So of course it might also be in order to rescind consideration of this motion. But yes, at this time, I would recommend that all discussion revolves around this motion to postpone indefinitely. Councillor Khan, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying to let Simon Harris speak.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Dance.
Yep, I just wanted to say again that this executive is amazing. I have nothing against them. I don't accuse them of anything at all. And I'm not asking for a meeting with the lawyers. I'm just asking that council be fully briefed. So it doesn't require, paying for the lawyers. The executives could report to us. I just don't feel like we're getting the full picture. Jordan mentioned that there's the potential of some of this information being so bombshell that CUSA could be dismantled. And obviously that's not something any of us want to see. But I'd hate to see the work of the Democratic Reform Committee be used to cover up something that bombshell without knowing the full details. I want to make sure that council, at the very least, council knows what's going on with CUSA so that we can make an informed decision about CUSA's future. And that's all I really had to say. And with that, I can move to vote if that's in order.
Sorry, specifically, what vote would you like to move, Councillor Dance?
The vote to postpone the consideration of the democratic reform until such a time as council.
Oh, so you're continuing to support the motion which you have moved?
Yes.
All right, do we have a seconder?
Yeah, what I was saying was, I moved to vote on this motion now.
Oh, you motioned for the previous question. Well, I am seeking still a seconder for the original motion to postpone indefinitely. Of course, you can second.
I would be willing to second that.
All right. Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair. I would be willing to second that motion. I would like to hear. I certainly appreciate what Jordan has said to us. I would just appreciate having that reiterated from the lawyers, even in something as simple as a letter to council, just acknowledging to us directly that what we're discussing here today is completely separate from council's concerns. And because of that, I will second the motion. I would just like some clarification from the lawyers to make sure that what we're discussing today is entirely separate from the concerns that have been raised.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sims. So, Councillor Dance, am I correct in interpreting your words as wishing to call for the previous question, which is to engage into voting procedure on your motion to postpone indefinitely?
Excuse me. I mean, sorry to interrupt. Again,
Yes,
I'm just bringing the point that I think we should listen to. Simon's point. I think he would have something to share that is important.
Thank you, Councillor, for your input. I remind all councillors to keep discussion germane to this motion to postpone indefinitely. Councillor McCutcheon, do you have something to say?
Yes, I wanted to reiterate a point. Can everyone hear me? I'm sorry.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm out of province. Yeah, I want to reiterate a point that I think it may be beneficial if we spoke in camera and kind of went over the information that was given to us at the in-person meetings. I think the information, I'm not sure about anyone else, but I really understand kind of the gravity of the situation we're in right now. I'm not sure if it's within our best interest to postpone the vote. Just considering what's at risk, I think it's not safe for the integrity of CUSA as a whole. It may be beneficial if we move to an in-camera session, just so we can let Simon speak and just recap some of the stuff together, since we've all been to these meetings that was spoken at these meetings, just because I think it's really risky to make this motion without just going over what we already know or may have forgotten before we take this into consideration. I hope this makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor McCutcheon. Councillor Scott, and then VP Hashmi, and then we can go back to the motion's mover, Councillor Dance.
Thank you.
Of course.
After hearing the comments from Jordan, I've also kind of been thinking about if we were to have another meeting with the VPs, as Councillor Dance suggested, that we would be like rebriefed on the situation, and he's insisted that it doesn't necessarily need to be with the lawyers. There would still be information that we would not be able to be told. I assume it would still continue the protection of the legal integrity of the organization would still be upheld. So we would kind of just be in the same situation that we are now, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Scott. VP Hashmi.
I just want to say something, man. The reform was supposed to happen. The reform, we got elected because of the reform. It has nothing to do with that. Just a piece of a line that you guys are really. It's a liability issue that you guys. I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself, and I'm sorry to go off on this, but it just does not make sense. How about this? I suggest something. How about we keep going with this voting with all of these? On the next meeting, I'll make sure John comes. Whatever he can answer, he will answer if you want it, right? But we still keep going with these changes because this has nothing to do with that. And you guys, I know you guys agree with that, and I know you guys want these changes, but I don't know what does it make sense to stop all these the whole meeting because of one line that you guys want to know about. So I think we can still keep voting on these changes, and our next meeting, I'll promise I'll bring our lawyer John to speak however or how much he wants to speak about the issue, and we will have it in camera.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. Councillor Dance.
Yep, I just wanted to again reiterate, my opinion is that whatever it is that the lawyers found that's putting CUSA in this position of liability, it is related, because we're talking about restructuring, we're talking about, adding accountability to the president by like having a board of directors. We're talking about reducing the powers of the VPs, right? And all of this ties in, like, I don't know what the redacted information is. I don't know whether it's something simple. I don't know whether they found evidence of wrongdoing from previous administrations. I don't know. But I feel like before council can decide whether democratic reform is sufficient to prevent, wrongdoings like that, I think that we should know what it is you guys found. And honestly, I don't think saying that vote on this today and then we promise the lawyer will say what he wants to tomorrow, I don't think that's good enough. I think that as council, we deserve to know what's going on. And, you guys are saying that it's so bombshell that it could result in CUSA dismantling if it got out. Well, that's important. That's something that we need to know as counselors. And, obviously we need to deal with it how it needs to be dealt with, but council can't make the decision this information needs to be kept private or this information can be released without knowing what it is. Whether that means a meeting with the lawyers or the executives tell us or we get a letter, I don't know. But I don't see how we can vote on democratic reform without knowing why this is such a bombshell thing and why this is something that like can't be released to the public. Like students have repeatedly asked for transparency. And at this point, I don't care if it's a liability to CUSA. We represent the students, counselors. We don't represent CUSA. We represent the students. And, if there's a massive problem with CUSA on this scale, that's something that the students need to know about. And if we as a council decide to meet and we hear what they have to say and it's really bad, but we agree it has nothing to do with this, then we can make that decision and say, you know what, let's move forward from this. Let's solve this. We're going to have an in-camera meeting and we'll put the democratic reform and that'll be enough. but we can't make that decision without knowing. And we can't, in good faith, represent our constituents and vote on democratic reform without knowing the full scope of what the democratic reform is correcting. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Ms. Collicutt, do you have something to say? Typically, hopefully in regards to this motion to postpone indefinitely, which I will remind council is the matter we are considering right now.
I do, and I promise it's relevant to the motion. I know you've been pushing that point very frequently during this committee. I just want to play out for council what the possibility of this motion, should it pass, works out to be. The councillor and the seconder that have proposed this motion clearly want to postpone, which delays this work that has already been in progress over the summer and since the school year has begun, delays it for yet another month. Then the possibility of bringing the lawyer forth, summoning testimony, requesting a letter, trying to find answers that just really aren't there continues. And the witch hunt boils down to a 2-month or 3-month process until councillors finally realize that the answers that they're hoping to seek or manufacture just aren't there. I want to be very clear with the councillor who spoke previously that my previous testimony was not to be taken out of order. I am not privy to the legal discussions that happen internally between the legal team and the CUSA trustees. I am simply advised by the legal team that the information that is discussed between them, as is every legal discussion, possibly damaging to the reputation. This could mean that hash browns should be sold at $2 instead of $1 at Roosters, and this is terrible for the reputation of CUSA because we're losing money on them, which I would defer to VP Baptiste to see if that's true or not. But I would reject any speculation about what the legal issues that I brought up in my previous testimony are pertaining to by Councillor Dance, and I think that the council needs to be very, very strict in the ways in which they approach the issue of legal liability. Postponing this motion indefinitely and voting in favor of this motion to postpone the democratic reforms report not only sets democratic reform that has been in the progress for the past months back another month, it does it so that a witch hunt can take place. It does it so that council can seek out answers that, even if they received in camera, cannot be dispelled to the general student population, as Councillor Dance has continually referred to. The answers that these councillors are trying to seek just simply aren't there. And the motion that's even being discussed that we're now looking to postpone apparently does not even pertain to the legal issues of the association. The motion on the table to postpones a motion that simply brings CUSA, the association, into compliance with Ontario law in the way that associations and student unions are governed. This is not difficult stuff, folks. And I really hope that councillors do see through that, heed the advice of councillors that are going off in chat right now and being very clear about their opinions, and vote against this motion, because this is just yet another delay in the democratic reform process that CUSA has waited 52 years for. And I really implore councillors to use their common sense and vote against this motion so we can proceed to those duly needed reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. I see Councillors Dance and VP Hashmi are both requesting the floor. I would remind all councillors that a rule that we don't often come up with in Robert's rules is that you can only speak twice on any given question and only for an amount of 5 minutes for each time. So if there are no objections, this chair will recognize Councillor Dance. But I want council to be aware that this is some breaking the rules of debate, so any councillor would be justified in objecting to my ruling. Councillor Dance.
I think I was before Dance.
Were you? Okay, please.
I just want to motion the thing. Call the question, please.
Of course, thank you. There's a motion from VP Hashmi to call the previous question. Is there a seconder? Any at all? This is, of course, a motion to move into voting procedure on this motion. Seconded by Councillor Khan. Feel free to yell it out as well. That's totally okay. All right, thank you. Are there any opposed to voting on this motion to postpone indefinitely at this time? Councillor Dance, are you opposed to voting on your own motion at this time? Councillor?
Nope, not opposed. We can go ahead and vote.
All right, thank you. Will all those in favor of this motion, and I'll read it now, be it resolved that CUSA Council postpone consideration of this item until such a time as Council has been fully briefed on the findings of Mackenzie Lake Limited Liability Corporation and is satisfied that all information has been conveyed to Council. This is the motion moved by Councillor Dance. All those in favor of this motion to postpone, please raise your hands at this time. If those are all those in favor of postponing consideration, please lower your hands at this time. Will all those thus opposed to the motion to postpone, please raise your hands now. All right. Are those all the members of council who wish to vote? All right. Seeing no others, with the ayes being 6 and the noes being 10, this motion duly fails and the motion to postpone will not be considered. We can now return to the main motion, which was, of course, to recommend democratic reform proposals to CUSA Legal Counsel and to run down the list from top to bottom in the indicative voting procedure. However, other motions, not many of them, but a few, such as a motion to move in camera, would be in order at this time. Otherwise, the only other motions that would be in order are those to amend this motion that we have in front of us, or if you really wanted to, motions to recess and adjourn, which doesn't make a lot of sense in the opinion of this chair. So that being said, are there any points of discussion, debate, or motions made by councillors at this time? Yes, VP Baptiste.
Motion to move in camera.
Right. Thank you very much.
I can second a motion.
Right. Motion to move in camera. And let's move. Thank you very much, Vice President Baptiste. The motion is to move in camera. It requires a 2/3 vote of council. And the only individuals allowed in an in-camera session, as according to our constitution, are councillors, executives, and such members as might be invited, which I believe would include Mr. Harris. Let me just find that bylaw in my email just to make sure that I'm giving council well-warranted advice.
I just got a thing that said Simon left, so I don't know how relevant that is anymore.
Simon's been readmitted to the meeting. In-camera sessions shall be open to all members of the association and invited guests unless closed to discuss staff matters or by 2/3 majority of those present and voting. Only councillors, proxies, council officers, myself, and Yumna, and those guests and members invited by council to the closed session may attend. This, of course, includes ex officio members such as those from CASG and RAW, unless, again, accepted by council and a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules therein. Sorry to throw that all at you at once, but yes, this motion is in order. Are there any so opposed that we vote on the motion to move in camera? Seeing none.
I'd be opposed to that. I'd still like to hear Simon speak, but I think that these are conversations that we can't keep having in camera.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. With Councillor Dance's opposition, we will hold a vote on whether or not we shall call that question to go in camera. So all those in favor of moving into voting procedure, please raise your hands at this time. If that is all those who wish to vote in favor.
Favor of what? Excuse me.
Oh, in favor of starting voting procedure on this item, because we do not have unanimous consent at this time. All right. All those opposed into moving into a vote on this motion? Motion to move in camera? All those with their hands raised at this time will be counted as in the opposition. Thank you, councillors. Is that all those who would like to vote for or against this motion? All right. Thank you, councillors. With the ayes being 16 and the noes being, to my count, 2, this motion clearly passes, or rather the motion to call a question passes, and we can now move on to a vote on whether or not we should move in camera. All those in favor of moving in camera, please raise your hands now. All right, thank you. You may now lower your hands. All those who are so opposed to moving in camera, please raise your hands now. Again, all those with their hands raised at this time will be recorded as voting against moving into an in-camera session. Thank you, councillors. With the ayes being 14 and the noes being, to my count, 4, of course, councillors are free to appeal the decision of the chair. This motion passes and council will move imminently into an in-camera session. Council would ask that all individuals not invited as guests of council, so to please leave, including a representative from the Charlatan, any reporters. And
motion to allow Laura Blanchette from the Charlatan to remain in the meeting as a guest of CUSA.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Do we have a seconder for that? Seeing no seconder, Vice President Gillis?
Yes, I second.
All right. Any discussion on whether or not this individual, Laura Blanchette, I believe, from the Charlatan, ought to be invited to the meeting?
I think that it's very important that students know what's going on in CUSA. I don't think that there was anything specifically discussed in the Democratic Reform Committee that students shouldn't be able to know. There was nothing extra discussed that wasn't discussed at the one-on-one meetings, to my knowledge. And I think that the Charlatan is going to give us a good neutral voice and going to sort of relay what's happening in this meeting to the students that don't want to watch the 3-hour recording. So I think it's important that Laura stays, even if we have her talk. We can ask if she can go off the record on certain things, but I think it's important that the student-run newspaper gets a good picture of what's going on at the student council meetings. And to any counselors, I think it would be not conducive to a transparent student body, representatives of students, to not allow the student newspaper to be sitting in on one of our meetings.
If I may,
Councillor Dance.
I'm sorry.
If I may, sorry, councillors. Councillor Dance, I have half a mind at this time to invalidate that motion because inviting the school newspaper to an in-camera session would violate the will of council, as has just been voted to have a private session. So it is the ruling of this chair that that motion is out of order and cannot be made. Of course, you're free to appeal, and a 2/3 vote, I believe, of council can overrule any of my own decisions, but that is my ruling at this time. Inviting the Charlatan to the in-camera meeting would defeat the purpose of the in-camera vote, which has just been held by a clear majority of council. Thank you, Councillor.
May I motion to allow Laura Blanchette or Audrey Gunn to speak, and maybe if we can get a verbal agreement that, you know, they'll only write about things that we as council say that is okay, then perhaps they can stay, and I would appeal.
Thank you, Councillor. Of course, if Audrey Gunn and Laura Blanchette are members of the association, they have free rights, of course, to raise their hand and be recognized by this chair. and they can make whatever statements they so wish. However, I would recommend as chair that we move into the in-camera session as mandated by council as soon as possible. So would the individuals from the Charlton? Yes, Lord Blanchett.
Hi, yeah, I hope you guys can hear me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, I don't see the point of either of us attending an in-camera meeting because that kind of defeats the purpose. If anyone is happy to speak to us after the in-camera meeting, either off the record or on the record, that would be fine, but I don't understand inviting the charlatan to attend the in-camera meeting if you are seeking like more privacy or yeah.
Thank you very much, Laura Blanchett. With that being considered, the only individual I believe to be only guest of council, other than the ex officio members from CASG and RAW, who of course are entitled to attend the meeting, is Simon Harris. Am I correct in assuming that council is not inviting any other members except Simon Harris? With that being said, are there any so opposed that Simon Harris attend this in-camera session? Thank you. Council will now move in camera with all other individuals except for Simon Harris and members of council and myself and Yona, the council officers. Please leave this meeting at this time. Thank you for your attendance. Oh, of course. And if so requested, they can be put in the waiting room as well. As soon as I can find, sure thing, Laura, and the other individual with the charlatan. What are they called again?
Already left.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you, councilors. Welcome to the in-camera session of CUSA Council. There are no pending motions on the floor, so any individual may stand and be recognized. Simon Harris, you have the floor. Oh, well, shoot. That would be very necessary to stop at this juncture. We'll stop the recording, or at least pause it. Recording. The in-camera session has been ended, and I'll bring back promptly everyone else who's waiting in the waiting room. And how do I restart? There we are. Look at that. All right, since the vote to move back out of camera, we can now continue to discuss this motion as was put before council. We last left ourselves considering the first question and the first blank to fill. The two options, of course, which were the status quo, no change to the proposed structure of CUSA the Association and CUSA Incorporated, and the second option, or B, option B, merging the corporation and association with an external board, reduced VP and trustee financial responsibilities. Is there any discussion and debate on this item? Oh, someone else is coming back from the Charlton. Any councilors would like to give their opinions on this item here? I know we already kind of touched on it, of course. All right, if there are no other councilors who would like to offer discussion on this point, we can now move into indicative voting on this first option. Our two, of course, are status quo, no change, and merging the corporation and association. I'll put the poll up now.
I just want to say these votes will be public, and I just wanted the councillors know. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikash. Unless Ms. Collicutt, would you like to set up the poll yourself?
Sure, I can do that.
Thank
Just a moment. Should be coming to everyone's computers in 2 seconds.
And just want to also reminder that they can vote in favor of everything if they want to. Anything they want to. Say they don't have only one option. They can choose many options.
Thank you, VP Usher.
Chair, just a note, I am serving as a proxy for Valentina, but I actually don't have the ability to vote on this motion. So I'll just publicize the votes in chat, I guess, or DM you, or however.
Yeah, if you could DM that, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Colvin. Yes, VP Baptiste.
So my account is being used for the polling. So would I just send you my votes or put in the chat, because I guess it would be obvious it's gonna be publicized anyways.
Yes, please. Either or, whichever is most comfortable for you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
VP Baptiste, have you sent me your answer yet? Just curious. Thank you. All right, there seems to be 6 councillors who have not voted and 3 people who can't vote, I guess, which would be me, Yomna, and our representative from Charlottetown. You can either click abstain or everyone else will be counted as abstaining, because that's just the way it goes. Is that all who would wish to vote? Oh, right, and Mr. Kilgore, our administrator, is not voting. How many non-voting members we have? Oh, 2 representatives from the Charlottetown, actually. All right, okay, then I think that does cover everyone who can't vote. All right, we will end that. The Bulls game is on. Bulls against Raptors. Anyways, if those are all who wish to vote, we can end the poll there. You can all see the results in front of you. Can you? I'll share them. With the ayes being, well, I guess with the votes for the status quo being 1 and votes towards merging being 19, 17 on your screen, as well as 2 votes that have been sent in to me. This is clearly passes as the recommendation of CUSA for this item. So regarding the next item for recommendation of CUSA is item 2. The proposed executive structure, composition, and hourly commitments per position shall be A, status quo. All executive positions should be part-time positions based on a 25-hour work week. B, a full-time executive. All executive positions should be full-time positions based on a 35-hour work week. C, the full-time president, but part-time VPs. Only the presidential executive position should be a full-time position based on a 35-hour work week. All other vice presidential executive positions should be part-time positions based on a 25-hour work week and or fewer executives. The CUSA executive should be reduced to 5 executive positions. So this chair will now recognize those who are wishing to speak on these items, specifically how much executives should be working and whether or not there should be fewer. To keep things simple, we'll first discuss the work week, and when council is satisfied with that discussion, we can move on to the number of executives. Councillor Khan, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I would speak in in favor of making every executive position for full-time position.
Councillor.
As we know. So I'm just saying that we should go.
Is my internet no good, or can you guys not hear him either?
Oh, hello.
We can hear.
We can hear him.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, can I speak? Hello, guys, can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes,
I
we
can
can.
hear.
Yeah,
him
we can hear
personally.
you.
I
Okay.
believe
So
Councillor Sims, you have the floor.
I mean, no.
What's
I mean,
hold on. I think
then I made my point. I mean, you have to speak. I mean, I still haven't
Sad, hold on, wait. Devin's internet is not working properly. So
Okay, sure. Okay, my bad.
no worries. Devin, are you here? Devin.
Yo.
I think he's there. Maybe okay. Yeah, he's still showing up in the meeting. He's still in the meeting. Babria.
Devin, you can hear us?
Somebody.
I think he can't hear us.
Do we just let Sad go?
No, I think I can like wait for like a minute or two. I mean, I would prefer him to be there before I make my point. But yeah, I was just speaking. I mean, you were speaking in like in favor of 2D.
He said no one
actually.
can hear him. He's trying to get back in the call.
Yeah. He will. I mean, yeah. I mean, I can wait for a minute or two. As I said, I can wait.
Are you guys talking? I can't quite hear you.
Hello,
No,
Hi,
we're
Devin.
silent.
Oh man. that's
Devin,
a-
hi,
Let
Devin.
me see if I can like use speaker sync.
Devin, could you
Oh
hear
yes,
me?
yes, I can hear you guys. You're just on speaker though, if you don't mind broadcasting that to my household. Yes, Councillor Khan.
Yeah. So I was basically speaking in like favor of 2B, a full-time executive position. I strongly believe that all executive positions should be full-time positions based on a 35-hour work week. I mean, yes, someone who has seen CUSA executives work hard. I think it was said in the beginning that even though officially the executive positions are 25 hours, CUSA execs work up to like 40 hours or more. So, I mean, if they are like working so hard, I feel that they should be compensated. And I would also like to speak in favor of the position 2D. Like if you were executives, I think the CUSA executive should be reduced to 5 executive positions. And in my opinion, I feel that a position could be eliminated should be VP student. Hive. It's because that position is only useful in like certain times of the year, and I think the responsibilities of VPSL could be passed on to the CUSA events and programming coordinator and even the student experience office. So this model, I would say I'm just speaking in favor of 2B and 2D. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Although I would remind all councillors to, just for the time being, refer only to the first 3 options regarding the work week requirement for the executive. President Islam from Raw.
Thank you. I almost called you Councillor Caratal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to bring to attention of the council the Canadian legislation on, or guidelines rather, on international students and their work weeks. I don't know if this went into consideration or not, but international students are barred to a 20-hour work week during the school year, and so having these listed as hours instead of salary seems like it would be a really significant barrier to entry into CUSA for anyone interested in becoming a vice president, and would limit us to domestic students only. And so I don't know if that's something that's gone into consideration or not, and if it has, perhaps those who wrote this could fill us in, but especially for a job which is laid out so publicly, it's not the type of thing that you can even find some sort of workaround unless I'm missing something. So yeah.
I can speak. I can speak on that.
Yes, VP Ashby.
So I think we of course we thought about that. What is on campus? It's unlimited. What is it called? Unlimited on campus work, the time, but they have to have 1.5 credits. 1.5 credits of courses, and just because of international student, they have to get the courses, so we will limit them. What is it called? 1.5 credits, but they will still be able to work as much as hours they can, which is 40 hours, I think, 35 hours on campus only.
But as like because CUSA is independent of the school, does this count as on-campus work, or is this different from that? And also, doesn't that still create a sort of just an extra a hurdle for international students?
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Mr. President Islam. Can you finish your statement there?
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, is CUSA not still considered like independent of the school? Like, is that still considered an on-campus job if you're working for the association, not the university? And I had one other thought, but I lost it. Oh, right, just the 1.5 credits thing. I don't know if I quite understood it, but doesn't that create an extra barrier for those who are trying to fill exec positions?
Okay, thank you, President Islam. VP Hashmi, if you can answer that.
Sure. So we talked to the thing with administration at Carleton. They told us that will be still legal. What is it called? They can still work as a 40 hours as a full-time student, but they still should take 1.5 credits, and which is 3 classes.
All right, thank you, VP.
Also, if we move, I just want to say this: if we move to full-time position, they can. What else is the possibility? They can work as a full-time position right after the graduation. They can before running. What is it called? Once running, you have to be a student while running. But after, if you graduate right after your candidacy is announced, then your winning the results, you can still do the job after graduation. But you have to be a student while running the campaign.
All right. Thank you, VP Hashmi.
Yeah.
I hope that satisfies your question, President Islam. All right. Councillor Khan, do you have something to answer President Islam's point?
Yes. I just want to speak like briefly. I'm also like an international student, and as an international student, I gave this like recommendation. I think seeing everything, I think 2B would still be the best option for everyone.
I just want to say one more thing. I want to repeat my points, but I already said this. I know we discussed a lot and we talked a lot, but I went to SADS at the conference. Every student association with this big of a corporation with this much of money, it's all a full-time position. None of them are part-time position, and it's a lot of work, man. It's just taking it. It's not easy to just go through. I just to let you know that I dropped 2 courses so far because of this job, and it's going on. It's going on, but I'm not doing that great on my school for sure. But that's really hard. So at the same time, it's really hard to find at this one time for all the executive to meet because of their school schedule. It's really hard to find. As I said, it's a one meeting time for all of us to meet at the same time in the office. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's so much noise in the back of my book.
Thank you, VP Ashray. Now I believe VP Baptiste is next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to just speak on the options presented here, and I would say that I would feel more comfortable sticking with the status quo. I believe that having full-time in the summer, so 37.5 hours a week, and then switching to part-time in the fall and winter time, so 25 hours per week, is the most optimal situation in my opinion. This made me prioritize my time in the summertime to ensure that I was getting my responsibilities done and the groundwork done to ensure that the rest of the school year would go off swimmingly, and I was able to handle my responsibilities, 1, as VP Finance, 2, to my role within my sorority as chapter president, 3, to graduate on time. I'm taking 5 courses right now, and it may not be fun, but it's what it is. It's what I have to do. I feel like by making sure I'm blocking out my time to these responsibilities, I'm 1, improve myself, my time management skills, and 2, prioritizing my time within the office so that every minute spent in the office is towards bettering the student experience, whether that is creating the budget, whether that is meeting up with different lobby groups, whether that's meeting up with students to go over certain topics regarding the health and dental plan. That's how I spend my time in office. And I feel like by having full-time hours in the office, while that might seem good in the long term, it just doesn't feel right to me to have the students' money to be going to have me there and not use my time to the best of its abilities. I feel like there's studies that have been shown, don't quote me in the studies, I've just read them in passing, that have shown that reducing the workday to less hours is better for people to be more productive in the long term. Because let's say you're spinning your wheels for 8 hours a day, looking at a wall could feel very, very tiresome, in my opinion. So I would prefer to stick with the status quo, which has worked personally for me, and I hope for past execs and hopefully for future execs, because that just feels the best in my opinion. And I feel like every position on CUSA right now, VPF, VPSL, VPI, VP student, VPCE, and the president, I get all of them. I think all of them. They're equally important, and getting rid of one would just put on more of a time crunch and more responsibilities on the rest of the VPs and CUSA, the full-time staff at CUSA. We are already understaffed as it is, and trying to expand right now is work in itself. I believe that taking away one position not only takes away one mind to focus primarily on that portfolio, but it also takes away more attention to other portfolios. Let's say that instead of taking the VPSL role, where would winter orientation fall onto? Would that fall onto the VP Finance, VP Community Engagement? They already have responsibilities and initiatives that they want to continue on, and putting on more extra work onto them either will create subpar events that does not reflect the needs and the wants of the student body, but it would also create, I don't want to say a toxic, but a stressful environment within CUSA. So that's my perspective. And also I didn't even touch the financial, not so much consequences, but like what happens next if we do go forward with putting a full-time executive or a full-time president and a part-time VP. Compared to all of that, I feel definitely that sticking with the status quo and continuing on what has worked in the past, in my opinion, is the best way to go forward.
Thank you, Baptiste. And I would also remind counselors to just talk about the first part of the question right now, which is the length of the hours worked by executives. So in the interest of rigorous debate, are there any speakers here who would like to espouse an argument opposite to that which the Vice President of Finance has argued?
Me.
Councillor Sims, you haven't spoken yet on this question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to point people towards option C, 2C, which would essentially be the same as option A, but increasing the presidential executive position based on a 35-hour work week. It is mentioned in the committee report on page 20 by several people, Adil Tassin and acting GM Christine Farlado, that the executive, there are too many administrative duties assigned to executives that could be easily assigned to staff. As a result, options A or C would be the most reasonable. So my apologies, that's not in direct contradiction to what the VPF was just arguing, but yeah, options A or C would be, in my opinion, based on the report, the most practical moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Councillor Lepore.
Yeah, so I just have more of a question in regards to 2B. So based off my understanding from, of course, this conversation and the documents looked at, if you're an executive during your degree, because of course, like has been mentioned, if you are elective while you're a student, of course, you can have this position after you've graduated as long as you're elected during while being a student. But if you take it any other year, if you're an executive any other year, then you're essentially taking a year off of your education just because it's a full-time position. And while I understand that it was mentioned that you could take a course or two, you are still essentially not taking as many courses. So that would put you further back in regards to graduation. So my question is I'm just sort of wondering if you think this will discourage students for running for these positions because you're adding more time and length to your degree.
Thank you, Councillor Kapoor.
I can answer that.
Someone like to field that? Yes, of course, VP Ashby.
So let's think about this as a full-time job, right? It's a full-time job. Let's say you're a student, you have a co-op opportunity. What are these people are going to do? They're taking the risk, take off from the education, right? To do their co-op, right? It's exact same thing. It's a full-time job. You have to take off from your work. From your school. You sign up for something that it's a lot of, it's a big corporation. It's not a small thing. I think their leaders need to have a full attention on its operation. So I think it's really normal to work as a full-time job and take a year off.
For sure, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that. And thank you for comparing it to a co-op, because that makes sense how it's laid out now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Laporte. Ms. Collicutt.
Absolutely. So in terms of VP Vera Gonzalez's position on this, I know from discussions with her that she supports option B and C. And the rationale that she brought forward is that CUSA is a million or multi-million-dollar institution, and it requires the full-time attention of at least one executive to be there consistently, to be the representative, to be a good steward of the students' money. And that said, I come at this also from my executive assistant position, of which I do have to schedule meetings between the executive. And I can say, frankly, looking at the schedule currently, between all of the executive school schedules, co-op positions, and also work schedules, there is physically no time for all 6 or 5 executives to meet at one time. It's incredibly difficult. So increasing the hourly commitment per position would be a great way to circumvent this. And I know that has implications on students' workload in terms of school. And I know that a lot of people who choose to pursue CUSA executive positions do typically scale back on their schooling. And I can say with certainty, because I am one of the people that works over 40 hours a week, it is very possible to do and to commit to at least 1 or 1.5 courses, and also work over 40 hours a week. It's very possible with a little bit of due diligence and a lot of good stewarding in terms of the way that you build your schedule. That said, students and counselors should look very favorably upon making sure that there's at least one full-time position on the executive, that being either the president or the entire executive, who are there to make sure that there is always a full-time presence managing the association and making sure that the executives can always be as cohesive as students elect them to be. That means making sure that students have representation 35 hours in a week, and making sure that executives can meet and share discussions and decisions, and converse within each other, and also exact all of the bureaucratic possibilities out of their positions, which is not really possible at this time. I, of course, am not a CUSA executive, but looking at this from the outside perspective, very difficult for CUSA executives to manage their scheduling concerns with the current 25-hour work week. So increasing it would, of course, be the recommendation of VP Vera Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. Councillor Davis, you're next.
Yeah, so I'd like to speak in favor of C. I do not think that all of the executive need to be full-time. I understand that even in the part-time state that the positions are hard. I don't want to downplay that, but I don't think it's enough to add that many extra hours per week. I've worked in the CUSA office before. I've seen kind of the executive workload. I do know it is heavy, but I definitely think that having a full-time president, somebody who's kind of the soul of the team, the tip of the spear per se, is a huge asset to CUSA. And I think it's just such an easy choice, really. It gives the president that time to manage things, and also it allows them to basically help out in any portfolio should there be any problems with courses or anything along those lines. Yeah, so just going to speak in favor of C.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Seeing as VP Hashmi has spoken already on this issue, priority goes to Councillor Vecchio. You have the floor.
Yeah, I think I just have a question about this. I mean, Amma did mention that if you run while you are a student and you can graduate once you are elected, wouldn't that mean that that would ultimately have a term limit placed on the person who is graduated and serving as an executive on the association? I just don't know if having non-student executives is the best idea for the association, since it is the Students Association of Carleton University.
Thank you, Councillor Vecchio. Is there anybody who's well suited to answering his query? Yes, VP Ashby.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I just wanted to put my thoughts back there. What was the question again? My bad. I'm sorry.
By all means, Councillor Vecchio.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't really a question. I was just saying that having graduated students in the positions of the executive positions on CUSA would mean that non-students are representing the students.
Oh, so yeah,
I don't
so
think that's, yeah, I don't think that's.
I can say something here. So if we were going to do a full-time position, right? These people, one of the things, these are still students while running the election. These are still students, right? And at the same time, we're giving options for students who does not want to take a break between their education year to have that experience, CUSA experience after the graduation. That's the biggest reason.
Thank you, VP Ashby. Are there any other points of discussion? Yes, Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I take back my hand.
Okay. Is there any other discussion specifically regarding the work week part of this blank here? Okay, seeing none, we can discuss item B, which is that fewer executives, that the CUSA executive should be reduced to 5 executive positions. We'll now entertain speakers for this one, starting with VP Hashmi.
I think this is relevant to the first 3 points too, because if we were going to do a full-time position for the executives, that would have made sense to reduce somebody's a position from thing. But if we're not going to make a full-time position, I don't think so. It makes sense to even reduce a position. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. Would any of these speakers would any speaker like to speak against VP Hashmi's position? Councillor Davis.
That's my bad. I was trying to lower my hand.
Oh, no problem. Councillor Sims.
Oh, myself as well. I am against your executives. Sorry about that.
All right. Ms. Collicutt, of course, speaking for VP Vargas.
Thank you, Chair. This idea was born out of the previous CUSA elections, and a lot of the feedback that was received anonymously, particularly on Reddit, outlining a lot of the believed redundancies in the CUSA executive. I think there was a lot of confusion about what CUSA executives do, what their positions mean, what the names mean, what is community engagement. And there was a lot of confusion about that. So there was a lot of proposals being brought forth by students at large saying, well, why don't we reduce the executive and potentially reduce those redundancies? And so I think this works in tandem with what VP Hashmi was saying, in that expanding the executive to be full-time and having full-time attention of the CUSA executive means that you might be able to delegate some of the positional requirements of certain executive roles to other members of the executive, and making sure that all members are still fulfilling the same duties, but you can do it with one person less. Ultimately, I think that puts a huge burden and is a huge commitment by students. I don't believe this was the ideal recommendation of the Democratic Reform Committee, but it should be noted that it does have merit. A lot of students at large were very interested in this proposal and wanted to see it brought forth to council in the previous CUSA election. And I think that is essential that CUSA is even debating it, so that we can even evaluate whether or not that's a good idea. And judging based on the current CUSA executive workload, I can safely say we very much cherish and value the input of all 5 and 6 executives currently.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. Councillor Dance.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if we're gonna go with what we think students would want, I don't think that it would be a good look for us on the Democratic Reform Committee to increase the hours and salaries of the CUSA executives. I think just if you were looking at it purely from an optics perspective, I think students would prefer making the switch to part-time. And that's all I had to say there.
Thank you, Councillor Dance. Although I would remind councillors to focus on this provision about whether or not there should be fewer. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's I think it would be inadvisable at this time to make any switch to the composition of the CUSA executive. However, I think if the changes are made, if and when the changes are made, it would be up to a later CUSA council to decide if there is an executive position which is redundant. As a result, I think that option D is a poor option, that we should keep the number of executives the same, perhaps their mandates be changed slightly to reflect the new organizational scheme, and that this matter be reviewed at a later date, a year or two down the road, when the review process for the democratic reform is occurring.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Sims. VP Hashmi.
Yeah, so just I think we didn't speak on the if we were going to make it as a full-time position, how are we going to budget this on our from CUSA money? So I think what as of now it's on our composition, our thing, it's up to $15,000 for our tuition fee. So if that makes but we're not taking any tuition fee credit this year. If that if this is going to be a full-time position, right? That tuition fee can transfer to their salary. And just wanted to add that there. And again, guys, I went to SAD at the conference. I saw a lot of executives there, and every position you can research it yourself. You can go through it all yourself. Every position is a full-time position. It's a lot of work. Trust me, you don't see what I see inside. You're not in the same position as me. I'm working. It's a lot of work to keep. There's so many businesses. There's clubs. There's bylaws. There's governance documents. So it's not that simple to keep this as a part-time position, and it's a big corporation. It's a corporation thing also. It's a lot of money, and I think it's really important to what is it called to keep it the leader to have a full attention on its operation. So, and I'll motion to call the question, please. Also, you're muted.
Yes, thank you for that too. Thank you, VP Hashmi. The Vice President has moved to call the previous question, which of course is to move into indicative voting on item 2. So is there a seconder? Yes, Councillor Sims. Are there any such opposed that we move into voting procedure? All right, this motion is carried through unanimous consent. Ms. Collicutt, please send the polls to all the councillors.
All right, it should be arriving on your devices now.
And yes, of course, as councillors have been reminded, you can vote for a number of these. Including item D, which of course can be used in combination of any of the others. All right, it seems like we have, oh, I'm just curious. I'll allow everyone to keep sending in their votes. All right, is that all those who wish to vote? It says like, it used to say like 16 out of 16, 100% answered, and then 3 other people voted and it became 19 out of 19, which I mean, that is how math works, but oh, sorry. All right, I'm just tallying up the votes, just waiting for a response from one counselor who said there was an error in their vote. Right, okay. All right. If those are all those who wish to vote, I can announce the results of this poll now. And yes, what everyone's saying in the chat is certainly very useful. Please keep all your topics germane to the conversation. I will be more stringent about moderating the debate going forward because by bylaw, all CUSA meetings must end at 2300 hours unless majority vote. So yes, the poll should be shared with all counselors right now. Although the votes are slightly different, the votes were 8 for the status quo, 6 for full-time executive, 16 for full-time president and part-time vice presidents, and 2 votes for option D to have fewer executives. 2 students abstained from voting. Thank you, counselors, for your vote. Oh, shoot, here are the results. Did you get them? Yes, Councillor Davis.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to speak on the next point.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and another thing, just to make things easier, don't put up your hands if somebody else is speaking. That's another rule of Robert's rules I haven't been enforcing, but might be useful now. The debate is getting quicker. All right, so item 3, the future of the slate system in CUSA election shall be A, status quo, no change, B, ban slates, elect president, hire VPs, and C, ban slates, elect executives. So, Councillor Davis, you do have the floor since you put your hand up first.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's pretty clear cut that we need to decide between B and C. I think that the students have made it very clear, especially with this election kind of almost being like the anti-slate slate, right? I think a lot of students have made it extremely clear that they are not happy with the slate system. They do not feel it provides a good electoral system. And so, yeah, I'd say between B and C, I am undecided on B or C though.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Colquitt.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking on this, I think option B is the ideal one, and I can speak on this based on my previous electoral experience with the United Nations Society on campus. As you know, we hold yearly elections, and under our constitution, slates are formally banned. Individuals seeking a presidential or presidential position cannot run together, but what this has created is an informal slate system where individuals will, quote unquote, endorse others or informally support them or rally supporters around them. And really what it does is it subverts the idea of a slate and pushes it underground to an uncoachable, unfollowable level. And so B does exactly enough to counter that. And while it seems a bit convoluted, as a lot of feedback on Reddit has suggested, what it does is it makes sure that the idea of slates is not just simply kicked down the road for future executives to deal with as an informal concept, but instead it reinvents sort of the wheel and creates a system by which it cannot be exploited. And based on the Democratic Reform Report, there's a lot of quantitative and qualitative evidence to prove that this is an ideal system. It's been tried and tested at other student unions. And they find that the vice presidents who are hired are typically those who have run for the presidential position and just didn't quite get enough votes to make it, but still have the qualifications and the merit to potentially stand for a hiring process to become a vice president. Perhaps they're not as popular on campus or don't have the social media following of the most popular person who wins the presidential position, but they still have the ideas and the merit that is worth considering. And so the hiring process is quite an egalitarian method to electing the best and brightest and most credible people to the vice presidential position.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. In the interest of healthy debate, any members who would like to speak against the position of banning slates would now be heard. Councillors, any councillors who would like to speak in support of option A rather than B or C? Any at all? Okay, seeing none, any member may speak on any issue they want. I suppose Councillor Sola, you have the floor. Sorry, hand it over.
Thank you. So I would like to highly endorse option C of banning slates and electing executives. Just from general student voice, I've been chatting with a few constituents on the topics of the Electoral Reform Committee, and I understand the idea behind hiring vice presidential positions and the importance of ensuring that the best person is chosen for the job via a hiring process. But I propose when talking about the elections and electing executives, students already don't have as much faith in CUSA as an organization as we hope that as we'd want. So essentially, if there is to be an election for executives, at least students can ensure that that accountability is being held as they're the ones who voted this individual in. And there's not this dispersion of blame or this malice held against not only council, but the executive itself. And we already all know the controversy behind conflict of interest votes and individuals who may have prior connections to those, like elected councillors having potential conflicts of interest with individuals who are looking to be hired for a vice president role. So I think that using a system that elects candidates for the vice presidential seats as well as the presidential seat would ensure that these conflict of interest situations are not to exist, and ensures that students are being able to have the final say in who is running their students association. And though popularity contest is a question I see some people talking about in the chat on how some students believe that CUSA elections are held, if there are just policies in place put in the electoral writ that are neutralizing the playing field on social media, which can be a conversation had at another time, there are ways to evade this popularity contest situation as being brought up, while still ensuring that the student population as a whole has the final say on the portfolios and the goals of the executive, rather than that decision being made by a small group of representatives.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Soa. Are there any other speakers? Ms. Collicutt, please be brief.
Sure, I will. I just want to mention that CUSA Council has continually, even over the course of today's debate, asked for more importance and more power and more influence in the way that CUSA operates. Giving CUSA councils the ability to hire the most bureaucratic parts of the CUSA executive is probably the utmost granting of power to CUSA council, and gives a lot more merit to CUSA counselors rather than just good stewards of their constituencies. It gives students an ability to really ask these representatives to work in the best interest. And when it comes to conflict of interest, of course, I don't think it's too rich to ask CUSA counselors to abide by the CUSA conflict of interest policy. It's fairly brief and quite simple, and those who of course do not follow that conflict of interest policy, there are repercussions in place and ways in which CUSA council can reprimand those who subvert CUSA council for personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. Any other speakers? I would also, but before I go to Councillor McCutcheon, I would encourage any students, keep saying that, sorry, being an RF, any other councillors who have statements to make in the chat to please make them out loud. But yes, Councillor McCutcheon, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna try to articulate this the best way I can. I think that the hiring VP process with putting more of an emphasis on counselor election is a good idea, but only if we agree to kind of stop the inter-counselor endorsements during the electoral process. Because, for example, in the last, let's say, day of the last election cycle, there were a lot of posts on social media of counselors requesting people to vote for other counselors they thought were they were interested in working with regards to serving as counselors for their faculty. And I think that it doesn't make sense to ban slates and then continue this process if you're putting more emphasis on council, because it doesn't make sense to continue that process. And it's the same thing with using clubs to officially endorse certain candidates. I hope this makes sense to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor McCutcheon. Are there any other speakers? Any at all on the issue of slate system? Yes, Councillor Sims.
Yeah, I'd just make another comment that personally I support option B here. It seems the only real way to actually ban slates from happening. I mean, currently what happens is we have slates that are obvious. If we chose option C, it's quite likely that there would still be slates, but they would operate perhaps a little more covertly. The vice presidents really are bureaucrats. I don't know who mentioned who used the term bureaucratic, but they really are bureaucrats. And under an elected president who would have an agenda to direct the VPs and CUSA council who would direct VPs, that would still mean that they're quite that they're doing things that the student body wants. But it would mean that their ideas are what gets them the job, not their ability to use Instagram, not their ability to hand out flyers in the tunnels. And as a result, I support option B.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak on this issue? Yes, Vice President Casper.
Yeah, I'll just make it quick, but I'd just like to say that in any company or business or any job that you apply for, like keyword there being is that you apply for it. You don't get it based on the amount of social media followers or the amount of, the communities or the people that the connections, right? So this is allowing a fair process to obtain a position that you have to dedicate a lot of hours to, and you have to put a lot of effort and work into being successful in. And I think the only way to move forward and to really change our system is to eliminate slates and allow people who actually have the skills and qualifications and the credibility to apply for these positions to apply and actually be successful and obtain a position.
Thank you, VP Casper. Councillor Sowa.
I'll make it very brief. I just have two quick comments. So the primary one is VP portfolios, I believe, are just as important as that of the president in many ways, as they're more hyper-focused on certain situations and different elements of what CUSA handles. And why should we take away or not necessarily take away, but why should we leave the decision of what is to be done to just council when a student may see an issue that resonates with them specifically and want to vote for an individual that supports that not personal interest per se, that issue that they see on campus that the president may not see or may not endorse in their campaign. As well, in the terms of applications and hiring, I understand the vice president positions are very different than other positions held on campus, but we saw some situations in which people did not apply for CUSA jobs. An example being the CEO or DEO of the upcoming election. We did not have someone apply by the deadline. So if people aren't applying for CUSA jobs right now, then why would we transfer something as important, as integral as a VP role to a hiring process when we're already seeing a lack of individuals applying for hired and paid jobs on CUSA itself?
Thank you, Councillor Sowa. Any other speakers on this issue? I'm particularly interested to hear who might support option A, but Councillor Vecchio, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just also want to touch on something. I think it's important that the people that are representing us as the CUSA executives are elected. Now, if we do go for a situation where it's only the president that's elected, but the VPs are chosen, I think it's important that those people are in fact elected by the student body as a whole instead of being appointed by council. I don't think that's very wise to do, because they are people that are, you know, handling important portfolios. I think it's important that they are elected. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vecchio. VP Hashmi, you have the floor, but please make it brief.
Sure. Just going forward, what is it? The VPs are not the people who represent the students. The VPs are people who advocate for students, for our members of students. The president and the council are the people who actually represent the students. You are the representative of students, not the VPs. VPs are people who advocate for them. So yeah, and then that's irrelevant to student body elect, because they're not the people who represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any at all? Any councilors who'd like to give their perspective?
A motion to the question, please. To call the question.
And are there any opposed to calling the question at this time? Seeing none, we can now move into voting procedure. Ms. Colquitt, please put up the poll for councilors.
All right, the poll should be coming to your device now.
All right, I still believe there's 4 councilors who have yet to vote or definitively abstain. I think just 2 more at this point. Oh, one more. I remember Councillor Huang told me that she was leaving. So I think there's just 1 more person who's yet to vote. That's correct. All right, just calling one last time for apologies. 1 council is having technical difficulties with their vote. Just trying to. Should only take a moment. If all the councilors would check their DMs at this time, for them whom I have messaged asking for clarification. Gotcha. All right, with that. Okay, thank you, councilors. I will share the results with you here. The results are slightly different because of technical errors, of course, and proxy voting. Oh, and shoot. And it looks like Councillor Chowdhury is also entered. So Councillor Chowdhury, if you'd like to give your vote on item 3, you can do so now in a direct message to myself. But as it stands, the results of this poll are 3 votes for option A. The status quo slates will continue to be permitted. 13 for a banning of slates but election of the president, and 11 for a banning of slates and the election of all executives. And of course, if Councillor Chowdhury would like to, he can send his vote in a private message to myself, and I will record them. All right. Thank you, Council, for voting on the 3rd question before you.
Can you announce his vote, please?
Yes. The vote has changed. 14 votes for option B instead of 13. Thank you, Councillor. For the 4th question, the proposed hiring and election structure for CUSA executive members shall be A, internal CUSA council election, B, CUSA council approved hiring committee, or C, community-based hiring. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the last poll, it was quite close. What will the final recommendation be then? Because there wasn't really any firm leader. I would hate to see option B be recommended when option C was quite close. For the record, I voted for option B, so it's not in my own interests to ask whether there should be an election between options B or a vote between options B and C. I just want to make sure that the option that we recommend is as close to the definitive winner as possible in this case.
Of course. Thank you, Councillor Sims. Is there anyone who can properly address that question? Ms. Collicutt?
Sure, I can field that. The intention of these indicative votes is not to produce a winner, quote unquote. The results of the vote and the vote breakdown will be shared with the lawyers so they can understand what council's intention is as they craft the bylaws. And as they build the legal procedure, they could see how close each vote was and take that into account when they're making decisive decisions about the bylaws.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Sims?
Yeah, I mean, so long as I make sure that the lawyers are getting kind of the accurate picture.
All right, thank you, Council. Would any councillors like to speak on question 4? Any at all, for or against any of these 3 options before you?
Can I motion to go ahead and call the question?
Councillor Sims has a statement to make, actually. Sorry, Councillor Dance. Councillor Sims, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For number 4 here, and I implore all councillors to not get tired. I know we've been at this for 4.5 hours, but at the same time, this is really important that these recommendations get given the consideration they deserve. In terms of my opinion on number 4, I would prefer to see option C, community-based hiring. It still leaves the final recommendation, final hiring to CUSA Council, but at the same time, it would involve various interest groups and students at large, which I think is a lot of the reason that people voted option C on the previous question was because they were concerned that the VPs would be too far removed from the student body. Therefore, if we're going to choose any one of these 3 options, option C would be the only one that I see as being as maintaining that connection to the student body, and therefore I would support option C.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. Councillor Soa.
If we're going with the trend that was started with option like with 3C or sorry 3B, I'd recommend that we vote option A, which is internal CUSA council election, as since the like kind of specific trend or goal I've seen is encouraging power procedures within council and creating more like responsibility or more kind of buzz around those positions specifically. If we have VPs elected based on a majority vote following like a debate or something, it would really keep with the trend of ensuring that counselors are the ones who are taking on this accountability, which in the end seems to be the internal goal of a lot of the suggestions that have been made and voted upon as recommendations. So therefore, if we're going to keep consistency, I believe that ensuring that internal CUSA council elections is the selection that we make, since we have, especially since we're working to ban the slate system and talk about the endorsements involved in CUSA elections, community-based hiring may create that. So like, why would we not allow, sorry, my voice, not allow counselors to, pardon me, why would you not allow counselors to receive endorsements or recommendations from clubs that they're a part of, but why should VPs be allowed the same privilege when they're in a hiring position? That just doesn't seem consistent or fair to me.
All right, thank you, Councillor Soa. Are there any other councillors who'd like to speak on this question, number 4? Yes, Councillor McCutcheon.
I think Emily just makes a really good point there, especially considering it's not like the goal is like, given that we're following the model of 3B here, it's not necessarily that we want it to occur in a vacuum, but we just want to isolate it so that the student body themselves has their interests reflected in the voting process for the VPs. And while there may be benefits to community-based hiring, it may be the case where they would be subjected to external forces that may influence recommendation. So I support Emily's point.
Thank you very much. Ms. Collicutt.
I think there's a possibility for merit with all 3 options. And I know that's probably the centrist answer that I could maybe give, but I think it would depend largely on the vice presidential position in question and really what elements do they need to bring forth in order to be successful. I specifically reference VP Baptiste's previous comments in chat where she mentioned that having a VP finance with no business or accounting experience can be a serious detriment to the association. But at the same time, perhaps positions like community engagement or those that are more student focused don't really need to be based on qualifications and education, but more connections within the community where community-based hiring might be something of merit. In turn, I think VP Vera Gonzalez would really support all 3 of these options. And I encourage counselors to not limit themselves to just one way of hiring vice presidents based on these 3 options, but maybe consider all 3 in terms of their specific pros and cons based on the VP position in question.
Thank you, Ms. Collicutt. Councillor Anye.
So yeah, with what Jordan just said, it makes sense for positions like, I'm speaking on option C, community-based hiring. I think it makes sense for positions like the vice president student issues, which have a more focus on communities and how to handle their advocacy as well. But then in that regard too, I feel like option A would be a good option, but then to add an aspect of, should I say, how should I word this? Getting feedback from those marginalized communities, service centers, interest groups, and such of that before the councillors make their decision in an election. So maybe, like you said, town halls or debates that involve these communities, like let's say RISE or cultural clubs, things like that, just so that they can have the perspective of those marginalized populations before making their decision in the election.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Are there any other councillors who'd like to speak on this one? VP Hashmi.
I just want to say one thing also. So going through all these options, at the end of the day, ultimately, council has the final vote to say yes or no to the VP candidate. So even if it goes to VP at the committee, what is it called, a committee, if they propose a candidate to council, if council says no, that's possible, and they can bring another candidate till they agree with it. So that's another. Ultimately, council has the final say to say yes or no to the candidate.
Thank you, VP Hashmi. Any other councillors who wish to speak on this motion? Yes, VP Baptiste.
Thank you, Chair. I like just to say I don't agree with having so much option C, because I feel like having separate groups outside of council kind of take the lead on hosting these town halls or debates could offer the idea of a conflict of interest where groups may say, oh, we'll advocate for you to be elected and to kind of put you in a better spotlight over the other candidates presented. And then in turn, you support us unfairly over other groups. If we do go with option C, it would have to be with an unbiased separate group that does not benefit from that candidate being in power, possibly like a elected group or elected committee that works towards ensuring that this process is fair, so that groups that one don't pay fees to CUSA aren't involved with choosing who hires next supervisor, which that sounds kind of bad actually. Like as in groups that pay fees and then as a result get funding back from CUSA aren't choosing who benefits them most in power. That's how I feel there. So I would feel in turn going forward with either option A or B would be the best bet, but I'm more leaning to option A, but that's my personal vote. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Baptiste. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, are any councillors opposed that we should move into voting procedure at this time? Call the previous question. Okay, seeing none as well, Ms. Colquitt, please put up the poll for this option. And for those councillors who usually have technical difficulties or proxies or vice presidents, please DM myself. Thank you. Shoot. Again, I would remind councillors who might not have voted yet to do so, including any who might be having technical problems. All right, if those are all the votes from councillors, I will share the results forthwith. And 8. All right, so those in favor of an internal CUSA council vote is 15. Those in favor of a hiring committee is 6, and 8 for community hiring. So we can now move on to our last question. Thank you all for voting. The recommendation for term limits and or position specific term limits for CUSA executive members shall be A, the status quo, B, a presidential limit, a non-consecutive term limit for the position of president, which might need more elaboration, a one-term limit, there should exist a one-term limit for all exec positions, and move up or move out, whereby vice presidents should only seek re-election to a position higher than their current, as in president, and presidents may not seek re-election. Yes, Councillor Soa.
So my personal take on the matter is, frankly, I don't see a reason in which a term limit should be introduced, as especially in the voting procedures for a president, if the student body sees like a positive reflection of what this individual is doing and what that portfolio goals are consistently being achieved. I don't see why this person should not be given the right to maintain a position in which they're acting successfully in. So if someone's doing well and like delivering on what they ought to deliver, and an individual is doing everything properly, why should we limit, not necessarily limit, but like punish them for doing that good job by not giving them the opportunity to succeed again? As well, an issue I have with the move up or move out situation is some individuals may not feel comfortable stepping into a presidential role, but may be very, very successful and create positive change in their role as vice president. So I don't see why that individual should not be given the opportunity to seek re-election or rehiring in that position. If they're doing a good job, why should we not let them do that? And even though, I saw a message in the chat taking away opportunity for someone else to bring change. If individuals are doing well enough that the majority of the student body feels that or majority of the voting population of the student body is doing well, like believes they're doing well, why should we stop that individual from doing positive things for the student population? Because in the end, that really limits more say that the student body has, which is another red flag and something that has been consistently going down the limitations of the student body's ability to make a final call in a situation as a general population rather than doing so via proxy through council. So therefore, my take on the matter is ensuring that the status quo is maintained, giving individuals the right and the ability to succeed for multiple terms.
Thank you, Councillor Soa. I would also remind all councillors to keep the debate outside of the chat and into the public forum where it will be recorded for all students to watch. VP Hashmi.
So I would just, I think I said this early in the meeting. It's important to limit the executive time limit of the year, because they can get comfortable in the position and mislead this position and misuse it from this position, and I think it's also important not to give dynasty to start a dynasty for themselves, and also at the same time it's important to give other students this opportunity to be in this position and have the experience of CUSA. I think that's really important thing too.
All right, thank you, VP Hashmi. Sorry, Councillor Soa, you've spoken already, and there are others who would like to speak for the first time. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, so I'm going to speak in favor of option D, the move up or move out. Just going to make it simple. If we're doing elections each year for these positions, and we're looking at two people, and one of them has already done the same VP position and they're rerunning for it, we're probably going to choose them because they have just this wealth of experience. So I really think we should be trying to push people either up to the higher echelons of the organization or get them to leave.
All right, thank you very much for that statement, Councillor Davis, and it was, as promised, short. VP Baptiste.
Thank you. I know that we have limited time to speak, so I'll be very quick. Just that I feel that if you are in your role for more than 1 year, you get comfortable and you will let things slide and let things be like, oh, I dealt with this before, and you let things become status quo, which is something that you want to avoid. One thing is to ensure that we are working to make the most out of our term in the 1 year that we have. The next year is not confirmed. The next day is not confirmed, and ensuring that you use your time efficiently and effectively. You're not letting things continue on so that it's like, oh, I'll try and get elected next year so that my platform promises can be achieved from last year. You should have done the work to ensure they were achieved in the year you had. And once I'm more looking towards a move up and move out, because you should be looking to graduate and leave. You shouldn't be looking to be in a student association or student union position for the entirety of your undergrad, or it be the reason why you continue to stay in your undergrad. Like at that point, it becomes, are you in it to represent the student body, or are you in it for personal reasons such as professional experience? Are you in it for money? Are you in it because you don't want to graduate and you don't know what to do with the rest of your life? That sounds really bad, but at that point, it should be a limit of making sure you're using the best of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, VP Baptiste. Yes, Councillor Soa, if there are no other speakers.
Just a few takes on some of the statements at hand. So if we are doing the hiring process to elect like the best and brightest individuals into these positions, why should we be skeptical that these individuals are going to get complacent and get comfortable if we're doing that quality control via council? And as well, individuals who are looking to succeed in student government and succeed on behalf of students should not be limited to doing so in just 1 year. If an individual does not achieve their campaign points or their platform points throughout one calendar year, that should be significance enough that this individual may not deliver the same things in a prior year. So hopefully that situation would be vetted by council in the best interest if we are truly following this best and brightest policy that we have recommended in a previous vote. So therefore I see no issue with this being status quo, as if individuals are doing the job that they are intended to do and they're doing it properly, they should have every right to succeed and do that once more or twice more, however many more times they see fit, the student body and council sees fit. And as I said, I would like to reiterate specifically, if we are doing this to elect the best person for the position, this individual should not be limited to just 1 year if that is what the student body and council feels is the best for the association.
Thank you, Councillor Soa. Are there any other speakers on this point, which of course is our last? All right, if those are all the councillors who wish to lend their thoughts in discussion and debate on the fifth question, are there any opposed to calling the question? All right, Ms. Colquitt, please put up the poll for all the councillors here.
All right, for the final time this evening, it is coming your way.
Of course, and the options you have are status quo, presidential limit, the 1 year limit, or move up or move out, which is 1, despite all the ors. And any of those who usually send their thing in through message, please do so. C and D. All right, thank you. Vice President Baptiste, C, D. All right. All right, I'll just wait a few more moments for any other councillors who have not yet voted who might want to, because I know that there's still more of you who can. All right. Just got a few more. Okay, at about 1 minute and 30 seconds, I think that's quite enough time for all councillors who might choose to vote to do so, and share the results here. Oh, the only difference from the results on your screen is that, well, I guess I'll just do the math, the calculus right here. All right. So there are 9 votes for the status quo, 4 for the presidential limit, 6 for the 1 year limit, and 11 for move up or move out. Another very close vote from council. I can see how that's becoming a little bit common. But with that, that finalizes all of the votes. We have all of our indicative votes for today. And I guess we can finally return to the main motion. I guess we can highlight all those that won. So starting from the beginning, merging 1. So look at that. And then full-time president, part-time vice presidents also was the one with the greatest majority. Then thereafter, banning slates and hiring vice presidents was the one with the most votes, although the numbers will of course be recorded for our law firm. And for number 4, it was internal CUSA council election that had the majority.
And finally, in a very close vote again, move up or move out is our recommended endorsed option by CUSA Council. So with that being said, and with this being ignored, let's see, be it further resolved, these recommendations, oh yes, let's see. Be it resolved, the CUSA Council recommend that the proposed structure of CUSA the Association shall be merging the corporation and association. The proposed executive structure, composition, hourly commitments per position shall be full-time president, part-time VPs. The future of the slate system shall be ban slates, elect president, hire VPs. The proposed hiring and election structure for CUSA executive members shall be internal CUSA council election. And the recommendation for term limits shall be move up or move out. I know you guys are all itching to leave, and so am I, but since this is the original motion, we do have to vote one last time. Are there any opposed to going into voting procedure at this time? Seeing none, will all those in favor of the entirety of this motion, including all 5 of the recommendations for CUSA Council to be sent to Mackenzie Lake Limited Liability Corporation, if you are in favor, please raise your hand now.
Hey, Davin?
Yes, Councillor Sims. All right. All right, if those are all who are in favor, you can put your hands down now. Will all those who are opposed to the entirety of this motion and all 5 recommendations made by CUSA Council, please raise your hands at this time. Again, everyone, their hands up right now, counted as in the opposition. Seeing none, this motion clearly passes with 12 votes in favor and 0 opposed. The chair will look very favorably upon a motion to adjourn. Yelled out. Councillor Dance.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
All right, thank you. Dance, seconded by Khan. Is there any opposition that CUSA Council should adjourn? All right, seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Davis. I'm going to rule that one as out of order at this time, as offensive to everything this organization stands for. Thank you, everyone, for attending our meeting. It now closes at 10:55, just 5 minutes before our drop dead date. Everyone go home to your families and enjoy your reading week. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thanks,
you, everyone.
everyone.
Enjoy your reading week.